Watch me. Watch me. Now is the time where we go in
Hey,
and bring
folks.
the candidates and them on stage. So, Mr. DJ, bring up the thing a little bit, eh? Not too loud, but where we could hear.
Hey, folks. Welcome to the Unity Rally. And of course, it's the Unity Rally of the NC. And it's taking place up there in Satez. Unfortunately, guys, I cannot be there. I am stuck here in Florida. But I'm ready. I'll be cheering on. And guess what, guys? I got this for you. Gonna share this with me. Oh my God, it's free advertising, but that's how we roll. Oh my God. I'm going to be taking in this entire thing, folks, and stay with me. Let me pour my first shot. I got my first shot. The first shot is going to be a big one. I have some mixing going on here. I got some water going on here. Guys, I got my bottle and my spoon. I got everything going on here. Thank you so much for joining me. All right.
Get them. So, brothers and sisters.
All right.
From the constituency of. Somebody bring me a little water then. Oh Lord, I'm going to make my throat dry. I ain't getting a little water. Bring a little water for your boy now. Hey! From the constituency of South Central.
Forward, so we moving forward, so we moving.
Yes! From St. Andrew Southwest, let's hear it for Lennox Stores address.
Forward, so we moving forward, move the country forward.
Yes!
Move the country.
And brothers and sisters, from the town of St. George, let's hear it for Claude Johnson.
Woo! Big Claudette. Hey, St. George.
Yeah!
On for the road. Walk the stop.
Hey! And from
Woo!
the constituency of St. Mark, let's hear it for Chris Britton.
That's what I'm talking about.
Move the country forward.
What's he doing?
Forward, so we moving forward, move the country forward.
Quincy Britton, folks.
Forward.
Hey!
It's the Unity Rally of the NDC, folks.
What?
And the most
As he
exciting
quits,
part
I
of the
think-
evening is
I
going to
think
be
so.
Persuader. He's going to be talking. He's going
What's
to be
that?
dispelling the myth
The funny
that
thing
the
about that
NDC
is
is not united, folks.
he
So
have
stay with
eyebrows.
me.
All right,
We gonna
so
do
we
it
moving
my
on.
Woo!
Brothers and
We're
sisters,
moving forward, folks.
from the constituency of St. John, let's get it for
Share the
Kerry
light, share the light.
James.
Woo! Kareem James. Woo!
Forward, so we moving forward.
Share the light, folks.
Forward, move the country.
Let's have some fun. Get some carrots. Get some beer, man. Pull out a drink.
Yes!
We move in the
And
country
so, brothers
forward.
and sisters, from the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest, let's hear it for Gloria Thomas.
Forward, move the country forward, so we moving forward.
I here for Persuader.
Move the country.
I can't wait for Persuader to get
Yes!
Share the light,
And
folks. Share it.
Quince,
We are
stand up
not
and give me that dance
fortunate
again.
enough to be there at the venue,
me that
at the
dance again.
location, but we're going to have some
Yes.
fun, guys. We're going to have some
Yes.
fun. Ooh,
Yes.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes. Beat that
What are
up
we
to
talking
me.
about?
Oh, my
You know why I
goodness.
want Quince to come and give all of that dance? Because from St. George Northwest, we're bringing out Jonathan Lacroix.
Yeah. Woo.
Moving forward,
Yeah. Ready.
St. George Northeast, let's hear it for Run Redhead.
Pick up Ron. Pick up yourself.
Forward, forward, so we moving. Forward, 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 move the country. Forward, 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 so we
Hey!
moving. Forward,
What's that?
That's a lot of
I
fun.
love these young people too bad.
forward,
From
forward,
the constituency of Carriacou, pretty much thing. Let's hear it for
Seven Andrew.
Terry Andrew.
so we moving. Forward, 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 move the country. Forward, 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 so we moving. Forward, 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 move the country.
Oh, yes.
We're moving forward. We're moving forward.
All the drummers, we want all you backstage. All the drummers, brothers and sisters,
Doing.
brothers and
The
sisters.
cat is getting the excitement.
Drummers, we want you know. No.
Oh,
And
gosh.
so, brothers and sisters,
Oh gosh, drummers, we
from
want
the
you.
constituency of St. Patrick's West, let's hear it for Joseph Vander.
Pick up yourself, Joseph.
Forward,
Woo!
forward, move the country. Forward,
Steady hands, steady hands.
so we moving. Forward, 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 move the country. Forward, forward,
Guys are having a little reverse and I know what
All
you're
right,
doing.
forward,
But we have to have something.
the country.
all you.
Forward, forward,
Look at the crowd.
I'm so excited.
Look at the crowd.
Yes. Watch people.
Look at the crowd. Look at the crowd. Yes. Yeah, I know. Look at the crowd. Brother Joseph Anton. Yeah.
Mallard.
Yes. Hey. All you know is proper thing.
Okay. Proper thing.
Proper thing.
No japper thing.
You what?
Woo! Guys, shed alive. Shed alive. Shed alive. We're not on the ground.
Yeah.
But we can create a little excitement.
All you
You
know, we have
understand?
to come on, bring up the music, Mr. DJ. Yes,
Oh
forward.
my God! Folks, let me tell you
Yes.
something. If you send me a WhatsApp message, check my Infinite Communications page, hit the WhatsApp number, send me a WhatsApp and I'll pull you in into this party. All right?
Yes.
We're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about, man. Young people.
All right, go down, Mr. DJ. Let me hear the drums there. Whoa! Ba-ba-dum, 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 ba-ba-dum. Whoa! Yeah!
Woo!
Well, all you
Shed
know,
alive all there. Shed
We
alive.
in St.
We're not
Patrick's.
on the ground, but we're doing our thing.
if you
Wherever
don't
we
drum, you
are.
don't nothing.
Woo! Proper thing. Proper thing. Woo!
Yes!
Real vibes on the ground. Real energy. Oh my goodness.
Yes! Yes! Where Joseph?
Oh my goodness.
Whoa!
Oh, you take nice. The
Yes!
energy starts. You know, I was saying this all along.
Yes!
Everybody waiting to get registered. Everybody saying, I don't know if I'm going to vote. Not everybody, but a lot of people saying that. But when this kind of excitement starts, right? When this type of energy, you just have to wish you were registered, man. Oh my gosh. I was talking to a lady today and she said that her son didn't get registered and I was like, oh my gosh, she must be feeling pretty crappy.
Boy, this reminds me of when I was
Oh
in
my
Caribou.
gosh.
But Kevin, Oh my God.
Yes.
We bring Terry on from up the street.
Uh-huh.
All the drumming. Yes. St. Patrick's have
Randall
it.
is in his
St.
element.
Patrick's have it. St. Patrick's have it. St. Patrick's have it.
Indeed.
St. Patrick's have it. St. Patrick's have it. St. Patrick's have it. St. Patrick's have it. Boy.
Ooh. Mm. So yes, folks, in case you have just joined me, look what I have here. A bottle of Woodman.
Well,
And
all they
it's
know
me
the voice and the people in the
alone.
voice are
Oh
God.
my goodness.
And the people want the political leader.
Okay.
So let me hear it go.
Okay.
Brother Deacon.
Deacon.
We want a change, we tired.
We tired.
I said we tired, we can't take it again. I'm on, we tired, we can't take it again. So we moving forward.
Yes.
Move the country forward. So we moving forward.
Yes.
Move the country
Forward.
So we moving forward. Move the country forward. So we moving forward. Move the country forward. So we moving forward. Move the country.
We tired and we can't take it no more. We tired and we can't take it no more. Forward.
So we moving
Oh, yeah.
forward. Move the country forward. So we moving
The political leader of the National Democratic Congress.
So we moving forward. Move the country forward.
The political leader of the National Democratic Congress.
Forward.
Oh gosh.
So we
Enough.
move the
For real.
country forward.
The political leader of the National Democratic Congress.
Forward. So we moving
Absolute.
forward. Move the country forward.
So, I'm going to call to the stage Brother David Andrew.
Forward. Move the country forward. So we moving forward. Move the country forward. So we moving
Oh, yes.
forward.
And from St. Andrews, Northeast, yes, no. We bring it Tessa Sensei.
Hey Tessa.
So we moving
Big up yourself, girl.
forward. Move the country forward.
Yes.
Forward.
All the Tessa Sensei.
Forward. Move the country forward.
Yes.
So we moving
Watch me.
forward.
What is going to happen next is so significant that we're going to ask the political leader to call the candidates, the final two candidates, because we're in the constituency. So, Mr. Political Leader, over to you. You can call them, they will come.
Who missing?
Who missing? Me.
Who missing?
Not me. Woo! Not
St.
me, I'm
Patrick
here.
West, where are you?
Woo!
Joseph
That's what I'm
Anna,
talking
where
about.
are you?
All right. I'm having a one-man party.
St. Patrick West, make some noise for your boy Joseph Anna.
Holy Hashem. the live, I shine the live, I shine the live. Infinite Communications, I'm sharing the live. Guys, help me out here. Work with me. Share the live, share the live. Share it, share it. Those of us in the diaspora, we watching it, but we watching it with a little flair. You understand? You partying with me right here. Right here, you partying with me, folks. We gonna have a nice time. We gonna have a nice time. That's what I'm talking about, folks. We gonna have a nice time. Woo! I'm right here on my WhatsApp trying to share it with as many people as possible. I'd appreciate it very much if you would do the same.
Yeah, that's that. Mic check, mic check. I want the mic a little higher.
Yeah, man.
Give me a little volume on the mic.
Put up the volume. Put
All
up the
the
volume.
monitors. We want to hear you. Mr. Political Leader. One missing.
I hope they kidnap them.
Sally, Sally! River Sally! River Sally! River Sally! Here comes your boy! Here comes your boy! Look in the crowd! Look in the crowd! Here comes your boy, River Sally! Calling Dennis, 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 Dennis!
Joseph Vandal, where you there? Joseph Vandal, all you look
St.
for
Patrick's.
Joseph
St.
Vandal.
Patrick's East presenting Mr. Dennis Cornwall.
Woo! Guys, it's the big ass unity rally, and that is being put on by the NDC. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, folks. I'm here. I'm having a one-man party. Me alone and the cat. Notice I didn't say me cat. Me alone and the cat. He's feeling the excitement. I think he
Let's
just
hear
ran
it for
and
Brother
hid
Dennis
or something.
Cornwall.
I alone,
Oh,
oh
Lord,
God.
me alone.
I alone, alone, alone. And me mommy done gone away. And me mommy done gone away. Mommy done gone away. And I alone, my God. And I alone, alone, alone. And I alone, alone,
Send me a
alone.
WhatsApp. Check out my Infinite Communications page. I'll send you the link. You can join me in this party. Lydia! Where you there,
And
girl?
mommy leave me behind to roam. And I alone, alone, alone.
Me alone, alone, alone.
I alone, alone, alone.
Me alone, alone, alone.
And me mommy then gone away. And me mommy then gone away.
And they leave me alone.
And me
Oh, God, they leave me alone, but they leave me with a bottle of wood, man.
I
Oh,
alone,
big
alone,
mistake.
alone.
Woo! Next,
I alone, alone, alone.
we gonna start off small.
Mommy leave me behind
Okay.
to roam. I alone. And the mommy leave
Right.
me behind to roam. I alone. And the mommy dying gone away. And she leave me alone. And the mommy
Leave me alone. Thanks, guys. Share the live. Have some fun with me.
And I alone, alone, alone.
Yes!
Woo!
It's when the shot digging leader the blessing. Oh, yes. Brothers and sisters, you're free to have your seats at this time. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, let's hear it for the candidates for the National Democratic Congress.
So we moving forward,
Oh, yeah.
forward, move the country.
Just not getting up and dancing now. So don't miss out.
Watch.
Woo!
If there's somebody calling my phone, watch.
Mm-mm.
Who calling my phone?
Don't
Don't
call him.
call my phone.
Don't call him. Not now.
I using my phone.
Yes.
All right. Now it's not no time for no phone call. Now it's time to bring on the first speaker
Okay.
to address you this
Yes.
evening. Yellow.
Yellowed.
I say yellow. Yes. sisters, our candidate from Karakwa Pinibati,
Mr.
Brenda Tabitha Andrews.
St. Patrick's, Yellow Army, it's a sea of gold in St. Patrick's. I have no doubt in my mind come June 23rd, when the polls are closed,
Yes.
the first 2 seats to be declared for the National Democratic
St.
Congress
David, St.
will be
Karakou.
Joseph Andal.
Woo!
St. Patrick's East and St. Patrick's West. If they were sure on getting blows this election, NDC in the tail. They think we didn't ready? They think we didn't ready? It's joke they're making. It's blows, 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 and more blows in their tail. Sisters and brothers, workers of the National Democratic Congress, polling division captains, indoor agents, runners, linesmen and women, 1 in 20 personnels, candidates, are you ready? Are you ready? For if there is ever a time your political party needed you, that time is now.
Right now.
For if there was ever a time your country needed you,
Right
that
now.
time is now. For if they think they are the big tree, well,
We the small axe.
we are the small axe.
Okay.
Sharpened,
Ready.
ready to
Woo!
cut them down.
Woo! Okay. Okay.
From Karakou to St. Andrews, all the way. We big and we ain't stupid. Election come, all kind of impossible thing happening. I say to you, when they give you the window, take it. They give you the ply, take it. They give you money in envelope, take it. Money in jersey, take it. Take it. Put them out.
Take
them
it.
out. They give you road, take it. They give you water,
Take
take
it,
it.
Ram.
On election day,
Take
put
it.
them out.
Take it. Okay.
The next prime minister of this country has to be Dickon Mitchell.
Yes. Has to be. And is that?
So I say to you, comrades, I say to your brothers and sisters, I say to you party members, I say to you party workers, boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. Hey.
Every hill,
Every valley.
every valley, we must walk, we must knock on every door, because there is work to do.
Okay.
There is no safe seat for any political party in
No,
this country
no,
anymore.
not anymore.
Lacrat giving them blood,
Yes,
blood
yes,
and more
yes.
blood in St. George's Northwest. I say, Lacrat giving them blood and more blood.
Yes. Let me check.
The fact
Okay.
that the man trembling,
Okay.
talking all kind of nonsense, Lacrat in the tail.
Press.
Lacrat in the tail.
Press. Prayer warrior.
And this political party
Okay.
is standing with all 15 candidates to bring it home on June 23rd. So I say to the young people of this country, we had enough.
Enough.
We had enough of the joblessness. We had enough of the underemployment. Young people, we deserve better than what we are receiving. No more handouts. No more of this nonsense giving us sprat and making us believe that we're getting tuna. We deserve better. Keep your scrums. We want better.
Yes.
keep your mama guy and your move along. We want policies that will take this country forward
Yes.
into prosperity
Yes.
for all
Yes.
the people. So on June
23rd,
23rd, 2020,
2022,
what are we doing?
2022.
Vote, vote,
Vote.
vote, and more vote.
And more
blows,
vote.
blows, blows,
Blows,
blows, and more
blows,
blows.
and more
Blows,
blows.
Unity.
Blows and more
Boots on the
blows.
ground. Boots on the
Boots
ground.
on the ground.
Every hill must be climbed.
Yes.
Every valley must be walked.
Yes.
Every door must be knocked.
Yes.
Comrades, your party needs
Comrades,
you.
your
country
party
needs you.
The country
We
needs
need you.
We need you.
Work. Show blows for them.
There you had it, folks. This is no joking matter. I'm passionate about this. Woo! Ready to chop them down.
Watch
Ready to chop
now, watch
them
now, watch
down. Shed a light, folks. Shed a light.
I'ma take
Shed
off
a
my little cap
light.
and things
Woo!
so
We
let us
having
see
a
me
good
here.
time. We having a good time.
You understand? I went by my barber today.
No, I tell you.
His name is Wonka.
Wonka.
Wonka called me this morning. He said, you need to get a trim. You can't be going up so and tell people, I's your barber.
Wait.
So you need to come. So I went and I take my trim and I sit down in the man's chair and think so. Wonka sorting out and looking proper. eh?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Proper.
Boys, when the man tried to shave my eyebrows, boy, I got problem. I said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Because the only people who does shave their eyebrows is the fellas who does dye when the dye run out. You understand? So when the eyebrows get gray and they don't have enough dye, they have to shave that. Brothers and sisters, watch me not sticking. I didn't come here to give all the no jokes this evening.
Right.
I'm not supposed to be giving all the no jokes, but boy, it has had jokes. All kind of jokey thing happening, you know. All you find all kind of jokey thing happening. Imagine my brother Nas had to put out a whole statement today. Because people calling them and saying how Nas working with them, you know. And calling them and say, well, if you have information, Nas say you could talk to me. You know. The man had to put out a whole statement, watch. So they could lie. They could lie. Tell me. They could. They want to know they could lie. They don't lie too much. Brothers and sisters, let's hear it for the next speaker.
Next speaker.
He comes from this constituency. His name, what is his name?
Guys, shed a life. We having fun. We having a
How
good
is only
time.
one person in the crowd know what the man's name is? What is his name? Brother Dennis Cornwall!
Forward, move the country. Forward. So we moving. Forward, move the country.
Shed a life, folks. Share it. If you want to join the party with me, you can go to Infinite Communications. Send me a text. 954
Thank you,
560-4140. And if you want to join the party with me, I can bring you on the screen.
Brother Dick Mitchell, Deputy Chairman of NDC, Brother Sylvester Qualis, General Secretary of the NDC, Brother Larry Barry,
Brother Cornwall, you want to use this mic?
no, this mic, okay. All our NDC candidates, current and past executive members of the National Democratic Congress, NDC supporters in the diaspora, NDC supporters throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, brothers and sisters of St. Patrick East and West, welcome one and all. It is with great humility I stand before you here tonight in Creation, River Sally, Plainfield, a place I have fond memories of as a boy or a young man growing up in this lovely community. I remember the many hours spent playing football and cricket flying kites, playing hide and seek in the grass and surrounding bushes, or telling Nancy stories sitting on the grass where we are now standing. I learned to swim in Savansweze River and Twine Lake, catch crabs in Vaitig and Savansweze, Batway, Livera, catch crayfish in Jokazo River with my boyhood friend Elijah Antwine, the brother of our famous mass band leader, Mr. Lazarus Antwine here in Versailles. I had a close encounter with drowning in the ocean between Sugarloaf Island and Green Island during the summer of 1982. On a 12-foot boat returning from fishing, sank in the channel between the boat islands. There were 12 of us. Fortunately, we all survived. There was one of the 12 who could not swim. We braved the rough ocean over an hour, and now I can tell you that story. I honestly believe God had a plan in store for me. My alma mater, the Riverside Government School, sits next door and still continue to produce very good students. I still remember my many schoolmates such as Jennifer Graham, John Charles, Roosevelt Graham, Lydia Toussaint, Kenneth Morley, Glenn Toussaint, Ted Toussaint, Bertrand John, that's BJ, Joy Buddy, and many more. Too numerous to mention. My former principal, Mr. Mullings, and my many teachers, including Mrs. Joyce Alexander, Mr. Geraldo Charles, Mr. Noel, Mr. Ryan Vivek, Mr. Delano Vivek, Jim Alexander, Mr. Scott, Mr. Roberts, just to name a few. I'm saying all of this to say that I am a son of this soil right here in River Valley. My neighbor string is buried here. To those distractors who want to tell you I am not from River Valley or that I'm from somewhere else in Grenada, let me say loud and clear. I am not a come here. I am not a come here. I was born in Riverside to my parents, Mr. Anthony Sylvester Nee Cornwall, better known as Miss Popo.
All right, folks. So if you want to join me, like in the party, just text me on that WhatsApp number. That's a WhatsApp number. I will be able to send you a link. And once you go into that link, I'll be able to take you into the party with me. So you're going to be on the screen with me. I can only take about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 4 other persons. So the first 4 people, you want to be on the screen with me. You want to join the party with me. You want to be able to make comments and do commentary with me. We can do that. I don't know what's happening here. Let me see if I am stuck or if it's happening on Facebook as well. Let me just check to see if we have, let's see what's going on here.
This
Okay, so
historic
it's back.
constituency.
So it's back. I hope it's not my internet. That would be crazy.
Most persons would
That looks as if it's happening in St. Patrick. Let's make sure that I am not wrong.
like me to tell them who is Janice Sylvester.
Let's see what's going on there.
Matthew Cornwall. I am the right man. I am your...
Okay. So it's actually buffering on my side, it appears. Let's see what's happening here.
Man, I am an out.
I'm having some buffering going on here.
Authentic son of the soil in River Sally. I was an educator.
It appears as if we're having a little bit of buffering. But folks, I encourage you to stay on the live, or at least come back pretty soon. Hopefully that situation is going to be rectified. This is what I'm going to do. I will come out. In other words, I will get rid of this one for now, and I will refresh the page, and I'll come back in. Don't go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to get rid of them. I'm going to remove that source, and then I will get a new source, and hopefully we will get rid of that little technical glitch. Okay, so what I'm doing now, folks, I'm going back into Facebook. Thank you so much for staying with me. Oh my God. Okay, so let's bring it back.
We have to grow what we eat. We have to reduce the scourge of poverty in the rural areas. As part of an NDC government, we will reduce the unemployment index to 40% in the first 2 years in government. NDC will move swiftly to change the long overdue imbalanced economic development in Grenada. NDC will create enabling environment to bring factories, agro-processing business, poultry farming, and pig farming to the rural areas of Grenada, and to reduce our dependency on imports to feed our population. We need to reverse the trend of spending millions of dollars on food importation. We will resuscitate and achieve food security in Grenada during our tenure. A country that cannot feed itself is doomed. NDC will create greater synergies between agriculture, tourism, and the other sectors of the economy. Too much of our lands are not productive. I will work with the landowners to make arable lands productive again. We have seen our experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to engage our landowners and put those idle lands back to production. I will support all our farmers and fisher folks in St. Patrick's to maximize their production. We will make available water, storage facility for producers, establish a farmers market among other benefits. Roads and infrastructure. In every village I visited during the household campaign in my constituency, there was a common cry for roads that were abandoned because those roads started by a former NDC government. In the first 6 months of this NDC government in office, my government will complete all those abandoned roads in Montrose, Pointville, River Sally, and Hermitage. Some of these roads need just a few $100,000 to be completed. How can an incumbent government abandon the people of St. Patrick's in such a blatant manner? Youth development. Our children and youth are our backbone of our future generational development. I will provide adequate sporting facilities to allow our children to grow and develop their full potential. We need to improve what has been done in the past. Upgrade our sporting facilities in our villages, such as River Sally, Rosehill, Montrose, Liverpool, La Pachuna, among others. In the first year in office, an NDC government will survey the needs of every village and upgrade our sporting facilities. Some facilities can be upgraded in the first 6 months, while others may take a longer time frame. I will redirect the energy of our youth to more positive activities through sports, music, and the performing arts. We owe our children a brighter future away from violence, crime, drugs, and deviant behaviors. Employment. An NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status. This will allow these workers to enjoy the same benefits that a current public servant now enjoy. We will also ensure that all workers benefit from pension and gratuity once and for all. Pension and gratuity. I will support the payment of gratuity and pension for all public servants once they meet the qualifying criteria. My government will pay the outstanding pension due to public officers within the first 6 months in office. My government will raise swiftly the necessary funding and schedule payment of pension and gratuity to all our workers. In conclusion, I encourage all Grenadians at home and in the diaspora to support the transformational agenda of the National Democratic Congress. Vote for change. Let us move forward with the National Democratic Congress in the driver's seat. A vote for Dennis Cornwall is a vote for progress and development. Let us together put an end to dictatorship, your sufferings, corruption, lack of opportunity, lack of integrity in public office. Sticky hands must come to an end in Grenada. A vote for Dennis Cornwall is a vote for Dickon Mitchell, our next Prime Minister, Petty Martinic, Carriacou, and Grenada. NDC is a party that stands for good governance, transparency, and accountability. Therefore, let us move forward with NDC. I thank you.
So we're moving forward, forward,
Forward!
move the country
Forward!
forward, forward. So we're moving forward, forward.
Hey! Watch! That conclusion there, I want to whine, but then I remember it have a man up here like to whine too. Let me call that man little tiny whiny. Watch! They say the man hand so safe. $12,000 from Lotto. Stick up in the hand, you know. Only wine for that. Wine. Yeah, that little tiny whiny. Lotto money stick up in the hand. Fussy hand say, brothers and sisters, I didn't come here. Watch now, I have to tell all you something. Qualis tell me to tell all you, and as I say Qualis, all you, big up Qualis. Sylvester Qualis. And let me tell you, not here alone, you know. Terry Forrester here too. Yes. So here now, Qualis tell me to tell all of this. It had a politician. All you might know who. He went and visited a kindergarten. So he asked the lady in the kindergarten, well, how much a month did it charge for them children to eat? The lady said, well, $400. He said, nah. Cut that money down to 300. No, not at 300, to 100. Cut it down to 100. That's too much money. Them children, them eating too much, cut it down to 100. Well, all you know, all you must know the politician are talking about. But Diana, so the next month after that, he went and visited jail. So when he go by the jail, he asked the warden, he said, warden, how much it does take for all to feed them prisoners on a daily basis? The warden said $300. He said $300? Only that? He said increase that to $1,000. So the man he got in the prison with asked him, but he said, well, boss, when you're going by the kindergarten, you tell your man reduce the money from 300, them, you had them training them starving little $100. And you come in the prison
and you want to.
And you raise the price.
What's going on? Let me hear.
$1,000.
Let me hear.
Yeah, now. He says, so here now, we leave politics. We going in a kindergarten. When all you get at, all you could laugh. Brothers and sisters.
Why?
When we leave politics, we're not going in a kindergarten. All you know who we're talking about. Anyway, we're moving on, brothers and sisters. We call this time to get all of that joke. If all you ain't get it, deal with Qualis. Right? So now I want to bring onto the stage a youngster. Her name is Javonna Mark. If you all been paying attention to Facebook recently, there was a young lady who came on with a lovely poem called Have a Heart. So we're bringing her on to do the poem, and then she's going to do a little testimonial afterwards. All you ready for Javonna?
Yes.
Well, all right. Let's hear it for Javonna Mark.
So we're moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. So we're moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. So we're moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward.
Good night, NBC. How is everyone
what a
doing
sweetheart.
tonight? Okay, my poem is entitled. Okay. This one? Okay. Okay. My poem tonight is entitled Have a Heart. The date is set, election is near. Every Grenadian, please give a listening ear. Hoping to my words you adhere. It's not about the little debushing here and there, or roads appearing while salaries are disappearing and taxes are overbearing. While the unemployment rate keeps rising, yet people keep cheering the Imani can cut it just a bit. Come on, you must admit, as we continue to fall into the vulnerable pit, how long does it have to hit before the oppression we stop it? Opening our minds and gaining wisdom as spoken in scripture, the vulnerability, the lack of stability, while our so-called leaders are masters who we rely on so our hunger can be fed. Cutting our legs off to keep us crawling, calling for change, but yet we fail to turn the page. Promises upon promises, are we yet to forget the pandemic or the systematic propaganda? Come on, Grenada. Our future lies in our hands. With the heart we stand, so let's bring the change. Jobs are easy to find. When? Where? Have you tried the Imani? I am a living proof that not every young person who applies gets selected. We can't deny the fact that one of our greatest challenges as a people is the rate of unemployment in our country. Knowing we are the future, but yet still it's hard to build ourselves up, not much jobs in the jobs market due to lack of substantial investments made in our country. Our motto says, ever conscious of God, we aspire, build, and advance as one people. Do we live up to this? Is this motto being implemented in our country?
Okay. No.
Thank you. Whereas our young people are treated as two people, those with government links and those who know who. According to the World Population Review, the top 10 countries with the highest unemployment rate, with Grenada in 7th position with a percent of 22.9.
I didn't know that.
Makes you wonder, when we as a people will stand to change this? Children are unable to complete school because their parents can't find a job or get a job. Children and adults going to sleep with empty stomachs, turning to drugs and other criminal activities. Young people wanting to build themselves but can't qualify for a loan, can't travel, or even get a visa. Is this a cycle we want to continue to repeat? Not being able to afford proper health care, or somewhat not being able to sustain ourselves in instance of world crisis, only to make the bare minimum and battle the high cost of living. Let's change this vicious cycle. Change is coming.
Change is here. Change is here. Amen, sister. Change is here.
So all you feeling that?
Amen.
All you feeling that?
Yes.
Watch the man. Bye no bye.
Okay,
Hello,
share
hello.
the live. Share the live. Share the live. This is super
I gotta
important.
put that socks
It's the
below my arm like a
unity
bit.
rally of the NDC. I know the people in the United
One,
Kingdom
two.
right now, you guys are probably
Put back what?
fast asleep. It's pretty late in the night, but
No,
please
hello, I have it
share
secure under
live.
my arm, you know. You want it in front here? You like it? All you feeling good there now? Boy, anyhow, my voice goes soft. Watch how the voice sounding clearer here. And when I put it here, it's sounding a little muffled. I'm putting it back there.
Yes.
We gonna try and work with it.
Yes.
But brothers and sisters, all you ready for the next speaker?
Yes.
All you sure all you ready for the next speaker? All you sure all you ready for the next speaker? Well, yeah, what? The next speaker giving a fella that all of us know plenty worries. Worries and problems, you know.
Wait.
Yeah. They say if all them young people and them vote up in that constituency, the man might lose his seat, you know.
Might. Will.
So all you know what I'm talking about? All you know what I'm talking about?
We know, but tell us.
Now we bring to the microphone Brother Jonathan Lacroix.
NDC Heights. Let me see you show me the yellow. Show me the yellow. Show me the yellow. Show me the yellow. Are we voting for Laco? Voting for Laco. We voting for Laco. 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 I say we voting for Laco. 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 Forward we moving. Perseverance to Cherry Hill. Forward we moving. Grenville to New Hampshire.
Forward
Let me
we
see your hands.
moving.
Hey, 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 hey.
Laco, a young man.
Hold on, DJ.
Hey.
We are on the tune again just now.
Yay.
A friend of mine meet me the other day. She said, Laco, But we know you.
What she say?
How you quiet so on them people platform.
Okay.
And you're behaving so stoush and diplomatic.
Hey.
I say I'm waiting for the rally.
Yes!
Yellow turn now!
Yes! Woo!
I can't hear you!
I can't
Make
hear
some noise! Hey, 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 hey! Hey!
Let me see you show me the yellow.
Show me the yellow!
Show me the yellow!
Show me the yellow! Hey! Show me the yellow! Come on! We voting for Laco!
Okay.
St. George's
That's my
Northwood!
preacher.
Hey,
That is my pastor. So I know you're the energy.
St. Patrick's West! Hey! 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 Hey!
Woo.
We go leave segment 2 for our next time.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I just get on bad, you know, but I had to take it easy tonight.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to read me out
No, we can't have that.
or put me on back bench.
Oh, no, we can't have that.
So I want to behave myself on the political platform.
Oh, gosh.
But the excitement
I
that
know,
you're
eh?
seeing
I know.
is the excitement of the change process
Yes.
that is taking place.
Yes, I feel it. All the way here in Florida, I feel it.
And we are accustomed saying that a wind of change is blowing. I want to correct that. The wind has already blown. And what they are feeling is the devastating effects
Of the NDC.
of the wind.
Woo!
So next time you pass and you see a greenhouse, just hold it and shake it. Just shake the house. Shake out all the occupants. Because the wind has already passed. My colleagues, both present and past, the building blocks of the National Democratic Congress who are here tonight celebrating with us, joining in the change process, and soon to be my cabinet colleagues, I salute you on the platform. Can we give them a round of applause? I need that chair, Brother Cornwall, please. Thank you. I didn't want you to play the role, but you're sitting in it, so. I want you to listen very carefully for the next 10 minutes.
You got my full
Tonight I am
attention.
here as the prosecutor. And court is in session. So all rise. The Honorable Judge Jonathan Lacrette presiding. The case of suffering youth against current administration. The prosecution calls to the stand the current administration. Do you swear, Mr. Administration, sir? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Administration did not answer. The prosecutor over this case, Mr. Administration, sir, is it true that your administration engages in fear-mongering as a political tool to silence our youth? So you're not answering the question. Remember, you are under oath and you have an obligation to tell the truth. Is it true, sir, that victimization has become the order of the day in Grenada's public service? Mr. Administrator, sir. Is it true, Mr. Administration, that
that you have unfulfilled promises to our young people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique of a good life, of oil and gas that will prosper this nation and therefore create hundreds of jobs for unemployed youth. When youth unemployment is at its best because of the lack of opportunities for our young people. Mr. Administration, sir, you are being prosecuted tonight and you are under oath. Is it true that our youth do not have access to low-income housing and that they are not able to afford basic standard of living? Is it true, sir, that it was the plan of your administration to ensure that you craft a system of dependency so that our young people remain poor, exposed, and skinned to the wind? Is it true, sir, that you are an 80-year-old youth minister? The oldest in the Western Hemisphere. And even after taking up office, you have not become young. Mr. Administrator, sir. Is it true that your administration has been fighting the same parents and grandparents of our young people for pension and gratuity and docked salaries? Come on, sir, the court want to hear you tonight. You have all kind of mouth and all kind of platform. Tonight you're being prosecuted. Talk up. Is it true? Is it true, sir, that you issue idle threats to the nation Imani workers if they do not vote or support your administration, when you know fully well, Mr. Sir, that the program is grounds for potential recruitment for your administration? Is it true, sir? In many countries across this entire universe, youth form some of the most progressive movements, some of the most militant movements, as they fight for equality, as they fight for social justice, as they make inroads into the space of inclusion. And I want you to understand, those of you that are watching via social media, the young man that is strung out on drugs, and because you have received
preacher.
40 and 50
The Holy
no's,
Ghost that to come in.
and you feel like all hope is lost,
It's not.
and nobody cares, sir, your time has come.
Yes. Yes.
The young woman that got pregnant in Form 3 and had to leave secondary school under a cloud of shame and disgrace and did not have access to education after school.
And
Because your
to that.
parents support a particular party, you are denied access to something that taxpayers pay for. Young woman, there is hope. And all of my youth across the tri-island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, draw your lens near and listen to the voice of thunder. The change is here. Tonight we prosecute the current administration. And the verdict is in.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty as
Guilty.
charged. Guilty as charged.
Guilty.
Guilty as
Guilty.
charged.
Guilty. 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 On all 9 counts of political transactional politics. It is time for our youth to become proactive in the process of change.
Stacey Ann.
You form in Grenada some
Come
of the
for some,
most
girl. Come for
social
some.
progressive movements in the 1980s. We can do it again. You did not hear me? We can do it again. Advances in technology, we can do it.
Yes.
We can do it.
Yes.
We can do it. Your time has come.
Yes, yes, yes.
And may I remind you, young man, young woman, this is a democracy.
Not a banana
Therefore,
republic.
your voice cannot be taken away from you.
No, unless you want to.
Come on, come on.
Don't let
Your
anybody
voice
intimidate nor
cannot be
scare
taken
you.
away from you.
No, no,
They cannot shut you up.
no, no.
It is your
Don't try.
democratic
No.
right to speak.
Yes.
And therefore, as our youth become more aware, we are going to form part of the organized approach to be or to bring the vote on election day. It is time that our young people rewrite history. Yeah. 2022, the youthful population of this nation is about to rewrite history.
Yes. Yes.
And use their finger
Yes.
as their declaration of intent.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Vote them out!
Yes. Yes. Woo!
Your
Yes,
time
Sheriff.
has come. DJ, let me run it. Hey, 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 and this is my hey, 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 we voted for Laco. Hey.
Voting for Laco. Share the life, folks. Share the life. Share the life. Share the life. Share the life. We having a good time.
Watch me now. Somebody going and put on a Depends tonight.
Not me.
I wonder if it's one of them pull up ones or one of them that they had to wrap around like a diaper. But I know somebody going and put on a
We having
Depends
fun.
tonight.
This is the most fun live. Guaranteed.
Hey, let's hear it for Jonathan LaCrete.
Me alone. Yes.
Watch me.
I'm playing bright.
When we joking hands, we
I hope
joking
I
hands.
collapse in the live.
I said when we joking hands, we joking hands. So I bring in a
Best
professional
live ever.
hands joker next. That man could joke hands. That man is the next parliamentary
joke is the
representative
pluck
for
of
the
the prod.
constituency
Joke.
of St. Patrick's West. Let's hear it for Joseph Adams.
Forward, 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 move the country. Forward, 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 with NDC.
We tired and we tired and we tired and we tired and we can't take it no more.
Forward, how we going?
We tired and we So we're moving forward.
I is the only glasses man that I have to take off my glasses to see.
Hey.
Political leader of the NDC and future Prime Minister of Grenada. Do I have to call his name?
Not yet, not
What's
yet.
his name?
Not yet!
What's his name? I can't hear you. Deputy political leader of the National Democratic Congress, Brother Adrian Persuader Thomas.
Persuader! That is my boy. That is the man that turned me into NDC. I
The
tell
man so
everybody
good.
that.
They want
That
him.
unity rally means everything to me.
But
So
let
when
us
my
tell
boy
them
come on, all you go see me get
that they cannot
mad.
dangle anything in front Persuader to get him. And they definitely cannot dangle anything behind him.
Not on the side of him either.
So he's staying right here.
Woo! Shut it live, all you. Shut it live. Real excitement.
Former
right
Prime
here.
Minister and
Hey.
former party leader.
Woodman.
Uncle.
Should I be Wood Woman?
Uncle.
Leave me alone. Hey! Woodman had to pay me for that free advertisement. Oh, my
Former
goodness.
party leader. Brother Nazim. Brother Nazim.
Burke. Okay.
Former General Secretary, former plenty things, and still hardcore member. Brother
Of the
Glenn.
NDC.
Brother Glenn.
Noel.
And I tell you, Brother Glenn know a lot of things well. That is why they call him Glenn Know Well.
Yes, Stacy. We gonna see who gonna get drunk
Sister
first.
Jackie Burke. Brother
I mix it back with
Wizard.
a lot of water. Don't worry
When
yourself.
the election over, we still have we bills to pay.
Huh?
When the election over, Richmond Hill go get some new inmates.
Bye.
Other members of the platform, and my good comrade from St. Patrick East, and my former Cuban mate, compañero Dennis Cornwall. Rise, brother. And you notice something about Cornwall and Andal? Cornwall and all. Both of us surname end with A-L-L. And it means that we are going to serve all the people.
All the people. Red and yellow, black and white. Green, red.
Sisters and brothers, we're hearing a lot nowadays about safer hands. Folks, safe hands drop the oil and gas ball. Safe hands drop the shrimp farm ball. Safe hands drop the chicken farm ball. They drop call center ball. Sisters and brothers, we say they have shaky hands and sticky fingers. Shaky hands and sticky fingers, and we are going to get rid of them. They have been tried by His Honor, Judge Jonathan Lacrette. They have been tried and they have been found
guilty.
They have been found
guilty.
Guilty as charged. So where are we sending them? They have been tested, and I was the teacher. They have been tested and they have failed. Tested and failed. And they are delivering. They are delivering. They are delivering poverty. In the 23 years that Mr. Shaky Hands and Sticky Fingers have been mashing up this country, poverty has gone from 32% to 40%. So they have been delivering
Almost
poverty.
half the population living
And
on
the lady
the
from
poverty.
up the road, she said that they want to deliver more suffering. But this set of sufferers, we have suffered enough, and we are going to get rid of them.
Enough.
Sisters and brothers, some people in this country bold-faced. Some people bold-faced. A man ever try to pick your pocket, try to thief your wallet, and when you catch him, he say, "Mister, look your wallet." The man who is responsible for the deaths of over 200 Grenadians unnecessarily now coming to beat his chest and say he protects us from COVID. That was the man, when the whole world was trying to protect itself, was opening our airport at midnight to letting people from COVID country come in here to inspect us. Don't forget that. Sisters and brothers, it pains my heart. It pains my heart when I know a lovely little lady from the villa in Sates is no longer with us because she perished at the Hilarion home due to COVID. And it's Mr. Shaky Hands and Sticky Fingers that caused that. He let COVID into our borders. Sisters and brothers, don't forget. Mr. Shaky Hands and Sticky Fingers is the man who has been fighting with busmen for years, who has been fighting with healthcare workers for years. Shaky Hands and Sticky Fingers have been fighting with teachers. Brother Wizard, you fighting with lawyers, you fighting with priests, ha! You fighting with teachers, you fighting with beasts, that's all. Don't worry, he days of fighting soon come to an end. Sisters and brothers, we could spend all night talking about all the bad things that they do. But NDC is a party of good news. Better days are coming. The people of St. Patrick West, you have better days to look forward to. You have a man, Joseph Andal, who is a roots man like anybody else. The other day a man say, "I like to sit down and play draft with them busmen." I love it, I don't like it. And I will continue to do it because they are our brothers and sisters. I don't believe in class. I am a roots man and I go die one. I come from Chantimel, St. Patrick. My father is still alive, 91 years old. He lost a leg 3 years ago. Claudius Tallboy Andal from Livera, retired fisherman. My mother was an agricultural worker and a small farmer. I used to go with her to the market in Sates to sell oranges, mangoes, Tanya, Blogo, and Dashin. That is where I come from. That is my roots. Sisters and brothers, my motivation is to see my people of St. Patrick West and the entire parish move up to the top, not only on the map, but economically, socially, and in every way possible. The National Democratic Congress has a transformational agenda for St. Patrick West. Our motto is bread for all. Bread for all. Our sisters and brothers who support the other party, they deserve to eat too.
Amen.
And
Amen.
I assure them
Yes.
that there is room
in
this
the inn.
heart of love for all of them. There is room for all of them. We have to embrace them.
Of course.
I am going to be a parliamentary representative, not for the NDC, but for all of the people of St. Patrick West. Sisters and brothers, Sates is a beautiful and quiet town. But it is so quiet that sometimes on a Friday, people wondering if it's a public holiday. You could play a 2020 match on Main Street. No obstruction. Business has ground to a halt. Very little economic activity. And all the young people of St. Patrick have to go down to St. George's to find work. NDC has the solution to that. In the same way that St. George's University has transformed the southern part of Grenada, the National Democratic Congress is going to attract to St. Patrick what we call a conservatory. A conservatory is a university that focuses on drama, television, creative arts, performing arts, music, visual arts. Sisters and brothers, if we can attract such an institution to St. Patrick, thousands of foreign students will be living among us. They have to live somewhere. They have to eat. They have to move, and they have to learn. And this is where the real jobs for our people are going to come in. NDC, vision. Healthcare has been a headache in our parish. We have gone back to such an extent that 30 years ago, women used to be able to give birth at the health complex under Canal in Sates. 30 years later, you cannot do that. And they calling that progress? No, sisters and brothers. NDC is going to refurbish that facility to ensure that you don't have to run to Mirabeau, pay taxi, run to St. George's, ride over all potholes and humps. We are going to fix that. We are going to reopen and upgrade the facility between Monkridge and Snail Hall to provide easy access to healthcare for the people of those communities and to ease up the pressure on Hermitage and Sates. The bridges in Monkridge have been crying out for repairs, and I am happy to see that after over 20 years of the same set of people in power, just before the election bell was rung, some work has started. We are going to complete the center bridge in Monkridge, and we are going to work on the main one. The infrastructure of St. Patrick has fallen apart. The people of Prospect, Darby, and Mount Alexander, Mount Williams, have been treated as outside children, or worse yet, as stepchildren, unloved and unwanted. The road has been allowed to deteriorate to such a state that it is now dangerous to the life of the people of those communities. NDC will transform that. 4 years ago, they said, give them 5 more years to fix the breakwater. Instead, the beach at Mount Rodney is now totally broken up. We no longer have a beach there. NDC, sisters and brothers, is going to complete that project and ensure that steps are taken to restore the beautiful Mount Rodney Beach and establish a recreational park there. The people are suffering. Simple things as street lights. Many people do not have access to that. All it takes is for the parliamentary representative to say to Granlett, put a street light there, and the next day you have a street light. A simple thing like that. You have a government in power 20-something years, and they have you in the darkness. We are going to bring the light. Tourism. All of the tourism eggs are placed in the True Blue, Lansapin, and Granan's basket. We demand our share in the northern part. And Brother Deacon Mitchell, Mr. Prime Minister, I am putting you on notice. Brother Cornwall and I will fight for the people of St. Patrick, East and West, to ensure that we get our fair share of the pie. Sisters and brothers, have you ever tried to give somebody directions to come to your house? All right. When you reach by a place where the bridge kind of caboose, and it have an old mango tree with a branch that cock out so. And then you walk a little bit, you go see an old truck park up there. Walk up the hill, bend a corner to the left, bend the next one to the right, then go down the hill, and you go see an old lady sit down under a sapodilla tree. Right there, stay. We are going to put an end to that. Our country is going to be properly labeled. When you reach in Mama Can, you're supposed to know you're in Mama Can. And when you get to Chantimel, you're supposed to see a sign saying Monjalou, behind Duquesne, Tusili, Rose Hill, Monva, Lale. Simple things, sisters and brothers. 20-something years in power, shaky hands and sticky fingers can't fix that. Sports. We have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build stadia. Football stadium, track stadium, cricket stadium. But nobody's playing cricket anymore. Nobody. NDC will reintroduce primary school hardball cricket. Too many of our little boys
Share the
barely
live,
bigger
guys.
than mine.
Share the live.
We are going to reintroduce netball. We have produced an international netballer in Letitia Cato. We can and we will produce more. Hermitage produced Devon Smith in cricket and Daniel Smith. We are going to produce more. But we have to start investing in the children from an early age. Sisters and brothers, Brother Lacrette mentioned it. The use of threats, intimidation, blackmail, and bribery in this election process. Grenadians, and in particular, this country belongs to you. This little rock belongs to you and to you. You are as equal a shareholder in it as I am or as anybody else is. So not because somebody has the title of minister or member of parliament, they can tell you who to vote for. You vote for who you want. It's your business. And it's NDC you're going and vote for. Young people, you have nothing to fear from an NDC government. Nothing to fear. Listen to this. And I'm speaking now to the wardens, the Imanis. Let me tell you a story. A little boy grew up with two people who are not his biological parents. They took care of him. And when they got old, he took care of them. They died. And you know what happened? Their children, who never looked out for them, came and threw him out. Yes, but guess what? If the parents who brought him up, the foster parents, were proactive and wanted to protect him, you know what they would have done? They would have got a lawyer, surveyed a piece of land, cut it out, give him a deed and a plan so that children can put him out. That is true love. So if Grandpa Shaky Hands and Sticky Fingers had loved you so much, he would have protected you by making you permanent so no government would be able to send you home. But we are not vindictive. We look and we learn. We learn from mistakes of the past, and we are not going to repeat mistakes that we have been exposed to. So we are going to ensure that no government can send you home after any election by making you a permanent worker with all attendant benefits.
Amen.
Sisters and brothers, more people to talk, more things to say, and a little bit of vibes coming up. So let me wind down. A man come. All you vote for me.
So cute.
4 days and 4 nights are fed. You know why he's saying that? That is the same man who a few months ago say, we hungry mouth. All you remember? All you remember, don't forget, you know. When you go in and crack that X, don't forget. He said we hungry mouth. So you want to give us cake and what? So whereas he promised you 4 days of fat, we promise you 5 years of prosperity.
Hey, Darwin.
So tonight, sisters and brothers, I ask you, in St. Andrew, Northwest, Sister Gloria Thomas will cut there. I would say.
Hey, woo!
Tevin Andrews will share licks and make Lady Snow booze. Brother Jonathan Lacrette, he gonna beat Shaky Hands to that.
Hey,
Brother Andrew.
holy power.
Will beat, Imani Queen like a boo. Brother Cornwall, when he hold Lady Sufferer, she must fall. And Sister Sincere, she's so lovely and sincere. Eh? She go tell the little one, skate out.
Move. Moody.
Brother Deacon, Mitchell.
Oh gosh. What are you going to tell them?
I ain't gonna say nothing about him.
Say it.
I ain't gonna say nothing about him.
Say it. I'm waiting.
You know some fellas, they doing as if government is a lumberyard. They giving out.
Wood. Hey, wooden spoon.
And brother run redhead. You can pass up your head. Sister Karine,
Shed it live.
you must win.
Let's go to 100. There is 70.
Brother Quince,
A
you go make a
challenge,
win.
100. Oh my
And
goodness.
Sister Claudia Joseph,
Okay.
you go hit her with the left.
Kung Fu, Cardi.
Brother Toes, gonna share some blows.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Tell us, Ford, you are going to share some. Hotspot.
Oh.
Hotspot.
Share some pot.
All right. I'm gonna.
Yes.
Better days are coming.
Change your ways.
So we moving forward.
Shed it live, folks. Let's see if we can get to 100. We are 70 strong. Let's get to 100. Shed it live. If you know anybody, whether it's WhatsApp, YouTube, Shed it live, and tonight.
And again. I'm up in the western time. Oh, what you doing with your time, man? I'm up to town right now.
But better days are coming. Change your ways. Boy.
So let this moment pass you by and
Hey.
better days are coming.
Change your ways. Hey.
Woo.
Well, look.
Folks, I'm up here in Florida.
Watch now,
I
watch
can't
now.
be there, but I'm having a
That
time.
man is
Hey, I was so excited
that
about
man is a
this.
Shantwell. I tell all that man is a
Shantwell.
professional and nest joker. He come and juke up the answers, he juke up the answers, he
To
juke
juke
up the
is
answers.
to poke or to prod.
Watch.
Juke up.
That man
It's
juke
an
the
African
answers so
word.
much, I forget who coming next. You know.
Juke.
I forget who coming next.
Don't ask me, I'm drinking one
man.
man.
Can help more than I put away my phone and I don't know who coming next. I don't know who coming next.
Thank you, Father, for blessing Sister Tessa. You gave her the vision for the country run better. There's something about this strong woman. Tessa is the one for we. Yeah. A strong woman indeed, so educated. She would lead with pride, no hesitating. A good leader is what notice need. Hands in the air, let us sing.
Hey! Before Sister Tessa come, Mr. DJ, hold on. Watch me. P3313. P3313. You're blocking somebody that need to go now. They have an emergency. P3313. Translated into Grenadian, that is
Sheriff,
P3313.
I am sending out a special
Go and
invitation
move your
to
vehicle
you
now.
to join me
Mr. DJ,
here
run
for
the
some
tune again there. We
commentary.
bring in
Perhaps
Sister
after the show
Tessa
has ended, you
Sincere.
and I can kind of dissect some of the commentary here, some of the activity here, man. I look forward to that. Get your butt on here, Sheriff. That's how we do it. It's Infinite Communications. Thank you, folks, for logging in. You could look at this show like anywhere, but you chose to be here with me, and I appreciate that.
Mr. DJ, run it from the top. Let the people hear. From the
Thank you,
top.
Father, for blessing Sister Tessa.
Tessa Sincere,
You gave her the
a
vision
young lady
for
who
the
has spent
country
her
run
life in
better.
education.
There's something about
I
this
so
strong
admire young
woman.
people who can
This
come
is
forward
the
and
one
contribute
for
to
me.
nation building
Yeah,
and just step forward.
A strong woman.
It's not an
indeed,
easy
so
thing. I can tell you that.
educated. She would lead with pride, no hesitating. A good leader is what not is needed. Hands in the air, let us sing.
Thank God for Tessa. Tessa sincere. Tessa sincere. Tessa sincere. You know she gone clear. Tessa on the NDC. Tessa on the NDC.
Tessa on the NDC. I hope all you're listening.
Tessa.
Tessa.
Tessa. Tessa.
Let me try some more too.
Tessa.
Tessa.
All right.
Tessa.
All right. The vibe's
There's
nice.
some vibes in it.
The vibe's nice. All you know, Tessa, in her no behavior. So let me start properly first. Uncle Tilly, Brother Nazim, Brother Persuader, Brother Andal, my brother Deacon Mitchell, other special invited guests, my colleagues who will be joining me in cabinet.
Positive.
My colleagues who will be joining me in cabinet.
Positive.
I acknowledge you. I salute you. NDCites! That's how we done song. NDCites! Let's take it one more time. NDCites!
Okay.
Yellow power. Let's go. Yellow power. Yellow power. Yellow power. Yellow power. All right. That's how we supposed to sing. We ain't afraid nobody. We ain't afraid nobody.
Okay.
We going
Okay.
forward.
Okay.
Forward. Forward. All right. I don't want to get rid out to Brother Lacrette. I don't want to get rid out of
The church.
either.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
so I'm trying to behave myself. But tonight I've been given the task to speak to you on the NDC's agenda of ending the suffering for healthcare in Grenada. All who want to end this suffering for healthcare, say forward. All who want to end the suffering for healthcare, say forward. Right, right. All you know I like thing. I like the thing. Good night, St. Patrick's. Good night, St. Patrick's. Thank you for having us. I am happy to be here, to be with my brothers, Andal and Cornwall. Powerful men. Men with a vision for the parish. We voting them on election day, yes? We voting for Andal on election day, yes? We voting for Brother Cornwall on election day, yes? Right. All right. We voting for all our 15 candidates on election day. We bringing home the win on election day. All you, let me behave a little. Health. The National Democratic Congress, your NDC, is committed to improving the health of all citizens in our Tri-Island state. The NDC believes that good nutrition, physical exercise, and a balanced lifestyle is essential for our health and well-being. The NDC is serious about health. The NDC is serious about health. The C affirms that our health is part of our greatest wealth. And so, the NDC's policy, our policy, focuses on preventive, stopping it before it happens, curative, dealing with it if and when it happens, and rehabilitative, helping fix the problem when it happens. NDC has a plan for healthcare. NDC has a proper plan for healthcare. The NDC, therefore, have developed policies that would create a health and wellness revolution that will result in better health care and better health outcomes in Grenada. If you are ready for a health care revolution, say forward.
Forward.
If you are ready for a better health care system, say forward. That's nice. That's nice. And we're not just speaking about ourselves in Grenada. We are speaking about our friends and family in the diaspora, so they know when they come home, they have proper health services. We are talking also to our visitors, so they know when they visit Grenada and something happens, we have a proper healthcare system to address the needs. If you're ready for proper health care, say forward. Right. So here are some of the plans that we have. One, and I want you to listen to that one very carefully, because we've been hearing it and hearing it and hearing it and hearing it. And it bothers me. It bothers me that we still have nurses who are on contracts. Since I requested a pay slip and I was given an invoice. I was given an invoice because I am on contract for service. True story. True story. Nurses are on contract for service. Our nurses' services are needed every day and all day. They have been working throughout. They have been working long hours. And sometimes when we go to the health facilities, we become a little impatient with them. But I always encourage us, be patient, because these are the people who have been on their feet for days and days and days. Some of them working nights. When we're sleeping, they're working. And yet still, they have to suffer to get regularized. Yet still, we have nurses suffering for 10 years on contract, 10 years. And NDC administration is going to put an end to that. If you are for regularizing the nurses and healthcare workers in our country, say forward.
Forward.
If you are in favor of adding more specialists to our health personnel, say forward. If you are ready for specialist services in Grenada, say forward. You see, what they have not told you is that there are Grenadian professional Grenadians with medical degrees, specialized degrees to Grenada, but they're not creating the enabling atmosphere for these persons to function. So instead, we have a lot of our brothers and sisters going abroad to get specialist service, creating a burden on your pockets, creating a burden on your neighbor's pockets, having us going around in trucks asking for donations, and we don't mind helping. But there are persons who are willing to provide the same services here, and they're not given the opportunity. If you want specialist services in Grenada, say forward.
Forward.
Yeah, we're going forward. Better healthcare is a must. Better healthcare is a must. We're not negotiating that at all. If we are talking productivity, then we have to talk health, because a healthy population is a productive population. Let me speak to you a bit about mental health. Let me speak to you a little bit about mental health, and I want us to listen. We're going to take a little trip down the road just now with the music. But right now, I want you to listen to this important aspect of health. Mental health. We celebrate a day, and everybody talk about mental health. But when it comes to taking the heads-on, hands-on approach, we are awaiting that still. So when we sat in Parliament and we asked, where and why is there a deficiency of counselors in our schools, we knew what we were talking about. When they answered, they said, I can't remember the gentleman's name. I think somebody gave him a name. The gentleman that has been whining on stage. Tiny Whiny. Tiny Whiny answered and said, there was not a deficiency of counselors in our schools. Lies, lies, and more lies. I have the information at hand. And my brother could verify it. I didn't just pick it up out of the air. My brother right here could verify that in some schools we do not have guidance and counselors. That in some schools we do not have guidance, counseling assistants. That in some schools, Sister Gloria, bear me witness. Some schools have lost counselors that have never been replaced. And that is the truth since 2014. And we said to them, if mental health is so important, why is it that we have vacancies for counselors and counseling assistants in schools and you're not filling them? Instead of doing what should be done, and we need to pay attention. Not all the time we must drink water and mind we business, eh? Sometimes we must mind the business of the country because this is our business too. Right? Instead of that, we heard about teachers who already have heavy workloads, who are already providing nurturing to our country's children. We saw a group of them being pulled out and said that they will be trained to give counseling to some of the children. This is not what we are asking for. We are asking for a serious approach to mental health in our country. I challenge us to visit the Mungay Hospital and see what is going on. I challenge us to look at what has happened throughout the pandemic and see what has happened with our young people. Look at the trend with self-harm and suicides, and we're still trying to hide behind we have a proper mental health system. If you want to see improved mental health services, say forward.
Forward.
If you want to see counselors in schools to help your children and my children, say forward. The NDC has an overarching plan for health, not just focusing on one area, all areas of health. Now let's talk about another area. The NDC is prepared and committed to expanding the school health program. And this one is very important for me. I'm sure Brother Andrew and Brother and Sister Gloria, been teachers, and the others who have been teachers. If you have been a teacher, you will understand, should your child or my child get injured in school, it means that a teacher has to leave the school and go to the hospital with that child. And sometimes when you call the parents because of where they work or because of their work conditions, they cannot come. And so you have a teacher spending an entire day in the hospital sometimes with our children waiting for health care. The NDC is saying, let us bring back the sick bays in our schools. So when our children get injured, because they are children and they will get injured, let us ensure that we have a sick bay that is adequately staffed so that these issues can be dealt with at the school level. And if it warrants bringing the child to the hospital, then we will do that. Not only will we be addressing the issue of issues of health in the schools, we will also be addressing employment, because it means then that we will be training persons to adequately function in the sick bay. If you are in favor of sick bay in schools, say forward.
Forward.
We have to get it right. We have to get health right. We have to get health right. And that is why the NDC is proposing the implementation the proper implementation of the National Health Insurance. And I am saying proper because our National Health Insurance must respond to the burden of disease in our country. We can't to the health issues that are affecting us. If you want a proper National Health Insurance, say forward. If you want better health care, say forward.
Forward.
If you want our country to move forward, say forward.
Forward.
If you want our productivity to increase, say forward.
Forward.
Mr. DJ, run the track again. I only
So
have
we
to sing
moving
it.
forward, forward, forward. country. Forward, forward, forward. So we moving. Forward, forward, forward. Move the country. Forward, forward, forward. So we moving.
Forward, forward, forward,
Move the country.
forward, forward.
Forward. So we moving.
End this yet! End this yet! Last battle call for you tonight from me. I know you're going to get it again. This is a battle call. We ending the suffering for healthcare. End this yet! Nice.
Hey! Watch me. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Watch me when I put on my jacket and I change my glasses. All you know is serious business. Hey! Back here, I say yellow. Yes, it sounds like all you want some coffee. All right, watch me now, watch me now, watch me now. Proper thing, proper thing.
Proper thing, no japa thing.
The man that flying the drone, check backstage for Orlando for me. Just come backstage. The fella that flying the drone, just check Orlando backstage.
You have a drone looking for Orlando.
That is one. No, next week, Saturday, St. Patrick's East and West having their Unity Cruise. That is this week, Saturday. Today is Sunday, so that is the beginning of the week. But it's the 28th, Saturday. So get all your tickets. It'll sell out real fast. So if you're in
Is it my life?
have your ticket yet, try and get it tonight or tomorrow, because I might sell out by tomorrow. Listen, and I find all you're supposed to hear some of them things in this list. Because the people are them talking about they have safe hands. Well, let we talk safe hands now. All you ready for it? All you ready for it? So we started with some judgments. Them safe hand men. All you remember Dorset Charles, the man on Grand speech? He get him money yet? And we win the case. They win the case against the government. Them safe hand men. They win the case and they won't pay. All you remember Gemma Bain Thomas?
Yes, yes.
And she wins
Pay
the
her
case.
she money.
She gets she money yet?
No.
She gets she money yet?
That's how St. David people give her she
That
money.
safe hands, ain't?
Huh.
Yeah. Them safe hands so tight, you can't get nothing out of them. Watch. What's about Will and Thompson? Any winning case? I can't hear you. That is safe hands. All you remember Dipcon engineering? Dipcon, watch, first that happened long, all you can't remember.
They ain't get paid.
Dipcon win a set of money against his government again for dotishness. And here, what is the latest one now? What's the latest one? WRB and Gridlock. How much money they had to pay?
Whew. How much?
Well, imagine that. They can't pay Gemma, she lick money. They can't pay Dorset Charles, he lick money. They're jamming William Thompson. Dipcon, well, I don't know, they must pay some. But they fine $160 something million to pay Gridlock.
Huh.
All you listen to me? They pay the foreign company, but all the local people who are supposed to get their pay, they can't pay them. They safe hands and all, they're puffing. And up to now, we don't know where they get their money from to pay. Now we want to talk about all. You remember them failed projects? Now we start.
Oh gosh.
You remember that chicken
relax.
farm? You know how much money they spend? They spent $8 million on that chicken farm. Brothers and sisters, they didn't even get a cackapool. Now I'm a feather. And $8 million spent. Where that money go? St. Mark's people only benefit from that? Tell me again, only benefit from that? What's about the shrimp farm? Where the man come on TV and say, and you have another investor, the prime minister. And then he go in court and tell people he didn't say that, you know. You know how much money we lose from that? We lose $52 million. Let me tell you something. $52 million then people take and they go. And you know what is the sad thing? We sell a set of passports for that $52 million, you know. So the country ain't benefit nothing, and we have a set of citizens going around there, you know. With we passport, you know. And they can't find a man up to now. Mount Hartman. You remember Mount Hartman? We had to buy back that thing, you know, because, yeah, $36 million. Let me give you all a quick. Garden Group, $5 million. Offshore banking. Livera Project, $52 million. Kuana Bay, well, we don't know what kind of money it is that yet. Steve Altman and the call center with them sex toys, $18 million. Call center, $4 million. When you had up, brothers and
Sex
sisters.
toys?
And then Coleman boat, you remember with them, with the national stadium that fall up like a roti in Ivan? $100 million. Brothers and sisters, I had to tell all you about them things because, you know, them fellas that them coming and talk about safer hands, but me can't see no safer hands. And all I hearing is lie. What we hearing? Tell me again. That is what we hearing. Brothers and sisters, I put on my jacket and I come out here because we had to prosecute them fellas and you can't go in court without a jacket.
True.
You understand?
True.
So, I'll leave it all you know. Because the next big thing is about to happen. But that next big thing is going to be preceded
over.
Thing.
Preceded.
We have a fella that write a tune that all of we singing these days. And we want to bring that man on stage to give you a little taste of the music.
Woo!
So
I'm ready. Bottle and spoon.
Mandela Links. Oh, yeah.
We tired on it. And they say, we tired on me. Sing for me, so we moving.
Forward.
Move the country.
Forward. How we going?
Forward.
And me people.
Forward.
Too long is lies and mama guys. Too long. Empty promises in me eyes. Too long. You ignoring the people cries. Too long. All your days since 1995, and you know only when the election time. That's when poor people look get with all that beach and passport to selling. Them action you're telling. All you think that grenade and begging. It is time to call up the wedding. Leave all you done with that thing for me. Look.
We tired, we can't take it again.
Louder.
Tired, we can't take it again.
Louder.
We tired.
Give me the pump. Everybody. One, two, one. So we're moving.
Forward.
Move the country.
Forward.
How we going?
Forward. Come on, guys. Wherever y'all there.
Check it out.
Hey, forward.
All you know is that jab man, right?
Yes. We
All
know
you
that.
love jab. Come.
Oh, Lord.
You don't play jab? Yes, I don't play jab. Okay. So hear that. I have a new song called If This Job Was a Millionaire. But I'm going to remix it tonight. So when I say, if Dickon was Prime Minister, all you answer me, if Dickon was Prime Minister. Are you
If
hear
Dickon
me?
was Prime Minister.
Let me try.
Let me clear
If
the
Dickon
voice.
was Prime Minister. If Dickon was Prime Minister.
Okay. Here we go
If
again.
Dickon was Prime Minister.
If Dickon was Prime Minister.
The whole of Grenada would have lived better. If Dickon was Prime Minister, he would have buy back Grenada. Nobody could suffer because he is the Prime Minister. Us on the hill, just posing, watching the views like tourists. But people won't buy no more. You go see the money flow. If Dickon was Prime Minister. If Dickon was... Low. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
I ain't done yet.
Baba,
I ain't done yet.
Baba,
Listen.
Baba, shed a light
Here.
on you, shed a light. Baba.
If Dickon was
Hey,
Prime
Jan.
Minister, he would have balanced the
Hey,
coast.
Jan.
And them dirty politicians rob people who not time to boast. Education
Shed a
will
light,
be
shed a
free.
light, shed a
Marijuana
light.
would be legalized. Use it for healthcare service and the country going to rise. That if Dick... Low, hold on.
Come on, man.
If Dickon was Prime Minister, everything will be great. So much people will get love. They will forget about hate. Farming would get nice. No more food would spoil. And if a fisherman missing that seeded, chopper in the sky. Low, I ain't done.
Loving it.
I ain't done.
Not
If
he
Dickon
gonna
was
be
Prime Minister was
when he can
factually
become
left and
Prime
right
Minister.
and public organs who work so hard, he would have treated them right. Grenada is paradise, so we having carnival twice.
Yes.
So come on, go be 3 million to the at them golden night. There we go. If for the rich, money would have spent. And the people there, I tell you, if the job was a millionaire. If somebody say, if the job was a millionaire, all of them is job. And I know if they're the rich, all of them would live good. When Mr. Hotspot, you might give away all your money. You is a man, you like job. You would give you everything too. I love all you. Give me the tune again. Monks, if the NDC people are rich, money would have spent on all the people. All the people there. I tell you, if the job was a millionaire. If the job was a millionaire. If the job was a millionaire. Spending money like he don't care. If the job was a millionaire, he would have buy back Grenada. Nobody could suffer. Job is the Prime Minister.
Shed a light, Ollie, shed a light, shed a light, shed a light, shed a light.
Like,
The
poor
most
people won't buy no more. You go to the country. Hold on.
I love it.
That part, bring me back from the starting. I'm going, you know. Bring it back from the starting.
Don't go.
And I want to hear all this say.
Ollie, shed a light,
If
shed a
Dickon was
light.
Prime Minister, you ready?
Shed a light,
Let me go.
guys.
All this thing is for me.
This is the Unity Rally, folks.
All me and this year.
You're gonna expect to hear the persuader.
Hand in the air. Hand in the air.
Yeah, man.
Sing.
All you
If
talk,
Dickon
you
was
come
Prime
to
Minister.
bury that today.
If Dickon was Prime Minister.
Nas.
If Dickon was Prime
Everybody say
Minister.
no talk for we.
The whole of Grenada will live better.
We NDC to the bone.
If Dickon was Prime Minister, he would have buy back Grenada. Nobody could suffer. He is the Prime Minister. Hot and Neil. Watching the views. For people. Hold on.
Still waiting for the sheriff.
I'll you jump in and enjoy yourself, you know. But you know, I feel I go change
representing the
it.
diaspora.
When Dickon is Prime Minister, that song better?
New York.
That song better?
London.
So you go give it a try? Give me again.
Florida.
Let me go. You see, we NDC people. Let me try. When Dickon is Prime Minister. When Dickon is Prime Minister.
Tongue twister.
When Dickon is Prime Minister. The whole of Grenada will live better. When Dickon is Prime Minister, he go to buy back Grenada. Nobody could suffer. He is the Prime Minister. Hot and deal. Watching the views. Jump. Take cover. I tell you. One Dick. I'm gone. Hold on.
Ollie, I'm tired.
Hold on.
But
The roof
hold
go
on.
on fire here.
Hold on. The roof on fire.
You know they're on fire? I know right about now. They can sit down. Fire in the bottom. Hit behind them. Hit. And we moving forward, you know. And all the people who to take the propaganda and light for them, getting smart. So they're moving forward with us. Alright? So let me hear you. We're moving forward.
True.
We're moving forward.
True, true, true.
And this year we're moving forward. I love you.
So we moving
Yeah!
forward, move the country
Hey!
forward.
Thank you, Mr. DJ.
Forward.
Watch me. It have a waters over there that all you should check out there. Make sure you all sell out. If all you want water, it have water selling down right there on the side. So, if what? The water done? It what? I ain't telling you that you're crazy or what. Not up here that can happen. Brothers and sisters, well, before all you get warm there, before all you get cold there, let me tell all you something. Put all your hands together and bring to the microphone the next Prime Minister of Grenada, Caracou, Abinibandi.
Forward, forward, move the country.
Brother Deacon Mitchell!
Forward, move the country. Forward. So we moving forward, move the country.
Jennifer, we tired, girl, we tired.
People
Stacey,
in the
my bottle
stands, I
full.
want you to
Michelle
stand
called
up.
me and
People
tell me
in the
those rights,
stands,
so
I want
put
you
that
to
away.
stand up.
Yeah, they're
People
old.
under the tent, I want you to stand up. People over here, so I want you to go, so. Go, so. I want to see you around the front. Come, so. I want to make sure the drone capture all of you. I want them to make sure that they see the movement for change. The movement for change is a come forward movement, not a in the back movement.
I want
so
y'all
come
to see
forward.
the whole political leader.
Over
You
here,
see, I
so
give him the
come
whole
forward.
screen. Yes. Whole
Stay
screen.
standing. I want to start the thing right, and I want all you to do something for me. I want all you to do something. Shh. Bell. Shh. A little silence. DJ man.
Mama said, learn to swim and don't you drown. 'Cause mama been swimming since her dawn.
Jefferson.
Mama said, take up your cross and follow.
That's the quiet tune he did at the Presentation Brothers College,
And let the
which is the
good
alma mater of the political
Lord
leader.
save you from your
Amen. Blessed love.
So pray for your son.
Yes, Stacy girl.
Pray for your son.
Pray for that boy.
Pray for your
Keep covered. Keep him prayed up. Blessed love.
because this world is getting heavy now, and it's so dark I can't see no
Come on, guys. Come on. Shed a light.
Please, begging, please, just cover
That's
me
Jefferson.
from my head to my feet. Yeah. Yeah. Mama said, don't let him take you for no fool. Oh, don't let him tell you what to do now. And she said, keep an eye out for the men in blue. Come inside before the lights come on so they won't get you. Oh, so pray for your son. Pray for your son. Pray for your son. Oh, pray, mama, pray. Pray for your son. Mama, pray, because this world is getting so heavy and it's so dark I can't see no clouds. I'm
question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want a society that we plan, that we set goals and work towards achieving them? Or do we want a society where we get up and say, whatever happens, happens? That's ultimately the test that we must pass. A society does not improve by chance. We don't become wealthy by chance. The question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want a society that we plan, that we set goals and work towards achieving them? Or do we want a society where we get up and say, whatever happens, happens? That is ultimately the test that we must pass. A society does not improve by chance. We don't become wealthy by chance.
We have the best picture and we like it. Young, intelligent, full of vibes.
Yeah. Best Mitchell and we like it.
Deacon Mitchell won't tell you no lie.
Yeah.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Young, intelligent, full of vibes.
Shed a light. The most exciting live for those of you who can't be there at the venue. Sure. Let's have some fun together. Hey.
Gosh, Deacon intelligent, wow.
Oh,
He's so
yeah.
magnificent. Oh gosh, the people he represent.
Oh, yes.
And he will not relent.
Oh, no.
Gosh, the country about heart. Not an opinion, that is a fact. With Deacon, the future real bright.
We have the best Mitchell and we like it. Woo!
River Sally, good night. Levera, good night. Hermitage, good night. Sotez, good night. Shantimel, good night. Plains, good night. River
Well,
Sally.
Welcome, my brother.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing
What a night! What a night!
I'm having a good time.
I still have not. I just using you that
Is the
for the very
future.
first time.
Oh, yes.
So I haven't yet set up my background to change like how you change yours. I have to set up.
That future begins on the
All right.
23rd.
So let's listen to that
June
speech and we talk about it a little later.
2022.
Okay.
All right.
All right, my love. Yes.
Yeah.
The young woman that Lacrette talked about, who got pregnant as a result, had no further opportunity for education, and has been cast aside and made to feel like she's nobody. I met that young woman in a place called Child Island yesterday, 19 years old, kicked out of school in Form 4 with a young baby, has never gotten a job, has no hope, doesn't believe she has a future. But you know what this Mitchell told her? I said, give me your phone number. She said, sir, I don't have a phone. I said, hold on. I went to my van. I got her a phone.
Wow.
I said, charge the phone. I'm coming back on Monday to look for you. You're going to give me the phone number. I'm going to take you to Sister Margaret at Newlow. I said, you ever heard about Newlow? She said, no. I said, it's called New Life Organization. I said, do you know why it's called New Life Organization? She said, no.
Hi, Joy.
I said, it's because it gives you a second chance at life. And the state of Petite Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada is in desperate need for a second chance at life. It is in desperate need for a second chance at growth. It is in desperate need for a second chance at development. It is in desperate need to give our young people the opportunity to move Grenada forward for the next 48 years. We're not going to do that thinking about the past. We are not going to do that with people who cry and beg others to come back when they've left the house. We're not going to do that with people who are speaking to adults and speak to them as children
from you.
and offer them cake and ice cream. We're not going to do that with people who portray us as drunkards and fed people only and believe the only thing that we're interested in is 4 days of fetting. We have 4 days of fetting, that's carnival time.
Hey, princess.
But on the 23rd of June, it is serious business. On the 23rd of June, it is serious business. And that serious business requires us to begin the process of transformation. And nothing goes from yellow to green. Nothing goes from yellow to green. A fruit can only go from green to ripe.
Yes.
From green to yellow.
Yes.
And it's when it's yellow that it's sweet.
Okay.
It is when it's yellow that you can eat it. It is when it's yellow that you can make fruit punch, fruit juices.
Oh, yes.
It is when it's yellow you could turn the fruits that are rotting throughout the length and breadth of Grenada into agro-processing plants.
Okay.
So we can make our own juice, make our own nectars, make our own fruits, make our own plants. So for the dear people of St. Patrick East and St. Patrick West, there's a reason we started up here. There's a reason we started up here. Grenada is in the 3 square miles between Point Saline and True Blue and Lansapine. Grenada is P.T. Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. So Brother Andal and Brother Cornwall, I know you'd be taking all on the 23rd of June.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. No doubt.
But you don't have to fight with this political leader for your share. You don't have to fight with this political leader for your share.
No, sir. We don't fight.
Because we know that the people of St. Patrick East deserve economic benefits, deserve economic growth, and deserves a tongue that doesn't sleep. So when you talk about the transformation of Sotez, when you talk about bringing the conservatory, when you talk about fixing the breakwater, making the beach calmer, you don't have to fight with me about that, Brother Andal.
No
I
fights.
am 100%
No
there with you to
fights.
ensure that we do so in Sotez. Sotez is a historic town. Sotez is a historic place. Sotez marked the beginning of the indigenous people's fight for freedom, fight for self-determination, fight to stand in the face of conquerors and say, I will die rather than surrender. And it is that spirit that the National Democratic has.
That's the spirit, my brother.
So I not to sue you. I don't need to sue you. I've done enough of that. And you've lost every case. And so when I take on this case on behalf of the people of P.T. Martinique, Carriacou, and
Brother
Grenada on the
Sheriff.
23rd of June, 2022.
Okay. Okay.
That is a blow. This is our uppercut.
Yeah, that's our uppercut.
That's
You know what the outcome
Right
is
there.
going to be.
You never win. You never win anything.
Oh
you always
my
lost
God.
any cases.
Yeah.
I mean, except for the new today.
Yes.
Nothing else.
I don't just talk from my head.
Nothing.
Where people is concerned, you never win anything.
That's the end product of a good education at the St. David's RC School. That's the end product of a good education at the Presentation Brothers College.
Yes. Yes. Big up to Presentation
That's the end
Brothers.
product of a good education at the T.A. Marisho Community College. And that's the end product of our own indigenous first-class university, the University of the West Indies.
Yes. And
Amen.
the people of St. David, and by extension, Grenada, Carriacou, and P.T. Martin.
So when I go to fight,
Okay.
I'm going to fight
Shed a live, y'all.
for
Shed a
the
live.
people of P.T. Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada.
Yes. Yes.
And let me say this. We are Christian society. If all you like Brother Lacrette didn't tell all you that, but Brother Lacrette is a pastor.
I feel that much.
And Brother Lacrette will tell you the greatest
He used to be my
virtue is
pastor,
forgiveness.
actually.
Really?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
at one point, yeah.
Does he
So Father, forgive him, for he know not what he speaks of. Because you know what is susu. I know what is susu.
I know.
And if you didn't know, you could Google it. And I could tell you what Google will tell you. First thing, it identifies it as a noun. And it identifies it as a West Indian word. A West Indian word indigenous to the West Indies. And it tells you this is what a susu is. Where a group of people come together and with their little savings, they all put it together. And at the end of the week or the end of the month, they take that hand and they give it to a member of the susu group so that they could use it to finance their children's education, so that they could use it to pay down some debt that they had, so that they could use it to buy the little stove or the little ironing board that they've been wanting, but they needed the help of their brothers and sisters to come together in the susu to make it work. So you can call me Susu. I will accept the Susu because I am going to help the people of Grenada to put the little one money together and ensure that we can give it to the next person and improve their lives.
Okay.
Lyrics.
So as I said in Ruken Junction last night, and I want you to join me in the chant. Bangers bust, but Susu doesn't. Bangers bust, but Susu doesn't. Bangers bust, but Susu doesn't. So take Susu in you.
Okay.
Oh
Very
no.
bad. I love it. Take Susu.
I think Scholar would say take jab.
Yes, take Susu. Okay.
River Sally. There's a reason why I'm a calm man.
Stay calm.
There's a reason why I stay calm.
You have enough soldiers to fight for you. You stay calm.
If you want to lead your people, if you want to lead your country, you can't let emotion rule you.
Girl, me too. Stacy, I ready too, girl.
I had a physics teacher in PBC who used to tell me a silent fool is sometimes a wise man. And he that keepeth a still tongue, keepeth a wise head. So we want to talk about the things that matter to the people of Piti Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. So let's talk about the things that the moving forward movement will bring to the people of Grenada.
Let's talk, brother. Let's talk.
Let's talk about housing, brothers and sisters.
Housing.
Let's talk about the state of our housing and the lack of affordable housing for our people, particularly our young people, particularly some of our elder citizens who have no place to stay. There are two ladies who may think I've forgotten them. I haven't forgotten you. In the last 24 to 48 hours, I've been bombarded with requests for help from women who have children who either have no place to stay or about to be put on the street because they have no place to stay. Since 1985, we have not had any systematic plan to provide affordable housing for our people. All we've had is some apartment buildings that have been provided generously by the people and government of China. But these houses
Have been
or
sitting there.
apartments have been handed over to the government of Grenada.
How long ago?
And up to now, in St. David's, for example, they have not distributed the houses to the citizens of St. David. Up to now, you can't even walk in the compound because they have security guard in the empty buildings. If you cared about your people, if you appreciated that housing is a fundamental and basic right, there would have been a transparent process. We would have gone to the communities and find the people who are most vulnerable, and we would have known what the criteria is for getting the houses. But let me tell the woman in St. David, you have to take no formal lumber under the National Democratic Congress to get your house.
No form of lumber.
So when the National Democratic Congress implements its housing
Wood for wood.
I'm going to tell you,
No
wood for wood.
form of lumber.
within 12 months of forming
I
the
love
government,
it. Boy, that is intelligence.
within 12 months of forming the government, the National Democratic
I like how you
Congress
put that one.
will start
Yes, man.
a nationwide housing program.
Oh my God.
That program will be done
Shed
in
a light, Paul.
conjunction
Shed a light.
with the
You think we
private
could make
sector.
it to 100? We're at
So
88.
we will have
Shed a
a
light.
public-private
And everybody
partnership.
invite one person.
And we will commence building 500 Grenadian-style homes in each parish. And we will do so each year thereafter, so that our citizens of Grenada can live in affordable housing, not apartments, with their front yard or their backyard that they can improve in their own image,
Expand.
shape, and likeness
Okay.
over
Okay.
the next 5, 10,
Yes.
15, 20 years. So that when you retire, you can pass on a part of Grenada to your children and to your grandchildren, and you could say to them, that was the vision of the National Democratic Congress.
Under the leadership
Amen.
of Deacon Mitchell.
And the houses will cater for all of Grenada. If you want a 1-bedroom house, you're getting it. If you want a 2-bedroom house, you're getting it. If you want a 3-bedroom house, you're getting it. We have to, and if you want a 5-bedroom, you're getting
Once you qualify.
Once you qualify.
I'll say that
Put
for
that in
him.
there.
Once you qualify.
Let
Very
me make this
important.
clear.
He ain't
The only
stupid.
thing that is permanent
Once you
in Grenada
qualify.
is the sun, the oxygen,
We gotta get this stuff in here.
the people, and the land. And every Grenadian must have the option to stake a piece of Grenada as their own. And the National Democratic Congress is committed to ensuring that happens. Now, they will ask where the land is.
Tell us.
I wouldn't blame them because they doesn't drive around and meet regular people. They don't come out of their car and walk the streets. They don't go into the villages. They don't go into the tracks and traces. So they wouldn't know that there's a lot of land in St. Patrick East that we could use for building homes. They would know that there's a lot of land in St. Patrick West that we could use for building homes.
A lot of land in Bacolet.
They wouldn't know that there's a
Ladies
lot of land in
Bacolet.
St. Andrews that we could use for building homes.
Homes.
If they were paying attention, they would see in South St. George, for example, that if you go through Grandans Valley, you would see that Grenadians are in desperate need of housing. And they would have gone to the people, talk with them, and say, we are going to come up with a housing plan that gives you the opportunity to live in decent houses just like we are living in. It is not only members of parliament who deserve good houses. It is not only politicians who deserve good houses. The average working man in Grenada deserves a proper roof over his head. And we have to remember we live in the hurricane belt. So between July and December, we need to make sure that the houses you're living in could withstand the hurricanes, could withstand the windstorms, the rains, that they could withstand the sea and storm surge. So the reason we need to do the housing in a systematic way, a couple of reasons. One, we need to clearly identify where our people would live and make sure that these villages have the capacity to expand to accommodate more people in the future. Two, we need to keep lands that are agricultural for agricultural purposes because we want to make sure that we can feed our people. We want to make sure that we have lands reserved for agricultural purposes. And you have to plan to make sure that happens, because if you don't, people will take agricultural land and want to build homes in it, and it will affect our ability to produce our cocoa, to produce our coconuts, to produce our nutmegs, to produce the bananas, to produce the soursop. So that means the National Democratic Congress will implement zoning laws to keep agricultural land agricultural. And we would make sure that lands that are meant for building or residential purposes remain that way. But we also want to make sure that those lands are affordable for Grenadians. We want to make sure that Grenadians get the opportunity to own lands so that we don't become like the west coast of Barbados, where the average Barbadian could never own land on the west coast because the price is too high.
Yeah.
You heard what Sister Sincere said about healthcare. I want the beloved brothers and sisters who have traditionally supported the new National Party to listen to me carefully.
Listen.
I want the 20,000 Grenadians who did not vote in the last election to listen to me carefully.
Y'all listen.
When you walk into the general hospital with your sick mother or your sick brother, and there aren't adequate doctors or nurses in the hospital, or there's a lack of supplies in the hospital, or you're sitting for 5 hours waiting to see if you're going to see a doctor, your sickness, your illness, and the lack of care doesn't ask you whether you NNP, it doesn't ask you whether you NDC, it doesn't ask you whether you TGM, it doesn't ask you who you voted for.
Sickness, no color.
No color.
All of us suffer from a terrible lack of adequate healthcare services in Grenada. But supporters of the new National Party, Grenadians who didn't vote, we need to talk truth to ourselves.
Amen.
We need to talk truth to ourselves. The only party that has been championing and talking about transforming healthcare in Grenada is the National Democratic Congress. And therefore, if you want the better healthcare, which I know you want, if you want better healthcare services, which I know you want, if you want to have a health center open 24 hours in St. Patrick, which I know you want, I am asking you to make the right choice. I'm asking you to stay in your finger and put the X next to the heart so that we can ensure that when you walk into the hospital, you walk out with a beating heart. And when you walk out of the hospital, you walk out with a beating heart. And not wrapped in a sheet.
When you're two legs.
Where your friends and family have to sing bye-bye. See you bye-bye. So, on the 23rd of June,
Seems like if Randall took a little
good break there.
A water break after all this
Are we good?
excitement.
Okay, we good. We good.
Very good. Very good.
Yes.
Devil is a liar.
All right, we good. Now, for the DJs and the mic men in Grenada, let me warn all you. When I come into a rally, charge all your batteries.
Yes.
Charge the battery
Charge
and
the
then mics.
batteries. Don't try that. You need the waters, enough.
Because
Stacy
in
and say
Latin,
Randall eating waters.
the battery run dead. I guess I was talking too much. In Rukin, the battery
Not
run
enough,
dead.
brother. You could
So
never
DJ
talk
men,
too
make
much. You're
sure
making sense.
I can speak to my people and I can talk and discuss with them without your battery running dead.
Yeah.
So charge up the batteries, DJ men, before you come. Because we don't want you to run out of energy. So, as I was saying, we all want better healthcare. We all deserve better healthcare. And the National Democratic Congress is the only party that has been speaking in concrete terms about the changes and the dramatic improvement we will make to our
I
healthcare.
think that's by you.
And to the Grenadians in the diaspora who are listening on this live, we know you want to come back to your beloved land.
Yes.
But in order to
I'm
come
coming back. I'm
you
bringing
too
joy.
want better
I'm bringing
healthcare.
Stacy.
So tell your friends and family in
We want
Grenada,
healthcare.
vote for the only choice, the only party that has been championing
Janice, I'm
healthcare,
bringing
that
you
will
back
make
too.
healthcare a priority, because the wealth of Grenada is the health of Grenada, and a healthy Grenada is the only way in which we will move Grenada. It is the only way in which we will move Grenada.
Forward, forward.
So let me speak a little about St. Patrick East. From the time I have known myself, the road to Leverett is the same width. It's in the same condition. Bathway Beach is suffering from serious erosion. Under a National Democratic Congress government, we will take immediate steps based on expert advice to build breakwaters, to make Bathway Beach calmer, safer. We will put lifeguards on duties. We will widen the road to Leverett so that two vehicles can pass at the same time. We will ensure that there is more seating accommodation, more genuine toilet and bathroom facilities, so that all of the citizens of St. Patrick East, and indeed all of Grenada, could continue to enjoy Bathway. Because we need to ensure that we protect the legacy of Bathway, that we protect the beach, and that so that more Grenadians in the future can have access to that beach manner. One person drowning on Bathway
It's too much. Too much.
is one death too much. And all of this is avoidable once we take steps to make the beach calmer and to ensure that there are lifeguards on duty all the time. We know there are some lifeguards there currently. It is not the government that is providing the lifeguards. And so under a National Democratic Congress, we recognize that our beaches are our national treasure. And our people are our national treasure. And we need to ensure, and when they go to swim, that they are protected by having lifeguard services. So, Brother Cornwall, you don't have to fight with me. You don't have to argue with
To get the budget.
me to make sure that the residents of St. Patrick's East get their fair share.
We're having a little buffering here. Let me reload this page to make sure that We're just having a little buffering there, guys. So I am reloading this page. We're back.
Brother Persuader and Brother Naz and Brother Terry. But look at this team. Look at this team.
Look at the team.
Look at this
the
team. When we get up here, we talk about the things that matter to the citizens of Grenada. And we will continue talking about the things that matter to the citizens of Grenada. So we will not be distracted. We will not be drawn into the gutter. We will not be drawn into a war or a battle. Because on your own admission, I have defeated you time and time again.
Yes, sir. Hey.
And as one of the greatest statesmen and modern day politician, if not the greatest, Nelson Mandela has said, take the moral high ground. Take the moral high ground. So we will forgive you. We will pray for you. We will also seek redemption for you. We would ask your supporters who you have betrayed. When 20 years ago you said you were going to pay the public workers twice monthly, but you did not. We will ask them to still forgive you. Because the National Democratic Congress is going to fulfill the promise that you made to the public workers, and the National Democratic Congress are going to implement payment of salaries twice a month, not just to public workers, but to all the workers of PT Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. And we will ensure that if we have to pass law to end it happens, we will do so. We will ask the prison officers, the teachers, the police officers, the public workers, the nurses, the Imani workers,
Okay, Albert.
the contract workers, to forgive you. Because the National Democratic Congress is going to pay the pension. We are not going to ask no IMF whether or not we have to follow the Constitution of Grenada. The Constitution of Grenada says the pension has to be paid. The judge has said the pension has to be paid. The workers have said they want their money.
And it will be paid.
The workers have said they want their money.
And is that?
And the National Democratic Congress will deliver the money.
Yes.
The National Democratic Congress will deliver the pie in the plate.
Yes. Pension will be paid, people.
And ensure
vote for your pension.
that the pension is paid.
Ha.
Let me talk. Let me talk
Keep
to
talking,
the workers
brother.
of
Keep
Grenada
talking.
who have been branded by this word Imani.
What a
I'm
damn
going to say to
shame.
you what I said in
What a
Grand
damn
Dance
shame.
Wednesdays ago. You are a worker in the state of Grenada. You are a bartender. You are a cosmetologist. You are a nurse. You are a teaching assistant. You are a teacher. You are a cook. You are a chef. You are a mixologist. You are not an Imani. You are a worker just like every worker in Grenada.
Okay.
And just like every worker in Grenada. Just like every worker in Grenada. When you have this lawyer fighting for you, nobody will fire you if you vote for the National Democratic Congress.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Workers of Grenada. I'm not calling you Imani. Workers of Grenada. I want to re-emphasize the point made by Brother Joseph Andal. let me re-emphasize the point made by Brother Joseph Andal. The safer hand doesn't own Grenada. The safer hand is not the government of Grenada. The safer hand is not the state of Grenada. And if the safer hand was concerned about protecting your job, if the safer hand was concerned about protecting your job, he would have made you permanent so that no government who comes after can fire you or threaten to fire you or intimidate you. The reason he has not protected your job by making you permanent, the reason they've kept you on contract is because they want to be able to threaten you and intimidate you and fire you when you stand up for your rights.
Okay.
But the Amerindians and Sotes died for their rights.
Preach it, brother.
Uncle Gary and your foreparents marched in the 1950s for your rights.
Okay.
And they did so against Englishmen and colonizers.
Okay.
And in 2022, no safer hand coming from the West can intimidate you and tell you you will be fired if you vote for the National Democratic Congress. You know why? Because you have a lawyer from the East who will rise up, who will stand up,
and
who will fight, who will go to the length and breadth of Grenada to fight for you and to fight for your rights. So I can guarantee you, if you want somebody to fight for you, come the 24th of June, make sure you put that X
where
next
it belongs
to the beating heart.
This is powerful.
The results means
This
on
is
the
powerful.
24th of June, I will be the
Yeah.
Prime Minister and I will be fighting for you.
Yes.
Wow.
So who are you, safer hand? Who are you who benefited just like me, just like Brother Andal, from going to a primary school that our foreparents fought to ensure that we had primary education? Who are you that went to the same Presentation Brothers College that I did? Who are you that went to the same University of the West Indies that I did? Who are you that the people of Grenada have forgiven time and time again? That you dare threaten our young people by telling them that if they exercise their God-given right to choice and to vote for the National Democratic Congress, that you will fire them, that you will intimidate them, that you will threaten them?
No way.
Look at the mirror image of yourself and ask yourself if that is what statesmanship is about. Ask yourself if that is what upliftment and empowerment of our youth is about.
Wow.
Where is the training center in the Northwest? Where is the skills training center in the Northwest? Where is the tennis court in the Northwest? Where is the basketball court in the Northwest?
I hope
the
they are
people of
listening.
St. George, Northwest, for 38 years, you have forgiven. For 38 years, you have lived in hope.
Ha.
And the good Lord has heard your plight. The good Lord has heard the fact that they've openly admitted that they have made you suffer and that they intend to continue making you suffer. But though it may be long in coming, the good Lord has delivered his son, none other than Mr. Jonathan Lacrette.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
To lead the people of St. George's Northwest out of the darkness and into the light. The good Lord has delivered him to you so that there wouldn't be a promise maybe in 10 months that the road in Molyneux would be fixed. And that conveniently before an election is called, you finally award a contract. The good Lord will ensure that Mr. Lacrette, as your MP, will say to me, Brother Mitchell, we have to fix that road. We have to make that road a national priority, and we will put all of our efforts, sleepless days and sleepless nights, into making sure that the road is restored as quickly as humanly possible. The people of Brazan in St. George's Northwest. When we talk about a national housing plan, it is because we've seen your plight in Brazan. It is because we've seen the condition of the houses. It is because we recognize that despite the fact that you are forgiven and forgiven and given chance and chance and chance, no effort has been made to address your housing needs. To the youth of St. George Northwest, we know that if you're 25 years old, as a youth from St. George's Northwest has told me, he has seen no improvements in his constituency for his entire life. And so I said to him, brother man, have no fear. Because on the 23rd of June, you have an opportunity to begin the process of creating the change and creating the transformation in St. George's Northwest. And as the old people used to tell us, we know if the fish rotting
on the head.
We know if the fish rotting. We know if the fish rotting, which party does rotten from first?
From the head.
So, brother Lacrette,
they need to be reminded of that.
My plea to you on behalf of the citizens of St. George's Northwest is to please deliver them. Please deliver them out of the darkness and into that golden, bright, shining,
marvelous
heart.
light.
A heart of love, a heart of compassion, a heart of caring. Because we want to ensure that at the end of your sojourn as the Member of Parliament for St. George's Northwest, there will be no hungry mouths in St. George's Northwest. There will be no broken road in Molyneux in St. George's Northwest. There will be no women who can't find a place to live in St. George's Northwest. And there will be no young persons who've been denied of an opportunity in St. George's.
Thanks for the message, Mr. Wayne Noel. We appreciate that. Send love to Rock and J.
And so, the process of change is upon us. The process of change is upon us. I will not get weary.
Please don't.
I will not get tired.
Please don't. Please don't.
I will not doubt or hesitate or think twice to continue leading this great team that has brought the wind of change, not just to Grenadian politics, but a wind of change to regional politics. Because believe me, the region is watching Grenada, because the region knows that Grenada always sets the trend. The region knows that Grenada has a history where the ordinary man and woman rises up against tyranny, rises up against people who do not govern for and on your behalf. So on the 23rd of June, set the example to the region by ensuring that you go out in record numbers, by ensuring that you take your brother, your sister, your aunt, your nenen, your grandmother, your neighbor, call all of them out and ensure that you go out in numbers and you put Grenada back on the path of development that started with Sir Eric Matthew Gary, that was continued with the revolution, and that has been on pause for the last 23 years by reigniting the spirit of Grenada, and saying with me, we are moving
forward.
We are moving
Forward.
In the stands, I can't hear you. We are moving
Forward.
We are moving
Forward.
DJ.
So we're moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. So we're moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. So we're moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. So we're moving forward, forward.
I see me.
Well, watch now. Brothers and sisters, let's hear it again for the next Prime Minister. Watch me. Next week, we in Tempe playing field. Well, Tempe going and lean next week. But let me tell all you something.
Oh boy.
The man say how they go in and bury us. Well, brothers and sisters, we ain't taking that so. Watch me. We tired of this operation. We tired of apologizing. We tired of turning the other cheek. Mr. DJ, bring the tune.
So long, bye-bye.
Yes. They're going on the 23rd.
Remember sorrows and my separation. So long, bye-bye.
Watch me. We not taking no separation.
Yes.
We not turning no cheek.
No, sir.
We sending them back where they belong, brothers and sisters. They're doing enough. They're doing enough. They're going to go into retirement and let the young people take charge. Take Grenada forward. Mr. DJ, we going forward.
Forward,
yes.
Forward, move the country forward, forward, forward. So we moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward, forward. So we moving forward, forward, forward. Move the country forward, forward. So we moving forward,
forward.
Forward.
Let me tell you something. Have a special fellow who's home. Brother German, we know you're watching us. Brother German has helped a lot of young people in the basketball and the sports field. And he's not well, but he's home supporting the National Democratic Congress.
German.
We want to send a shout out to German.
Good night.
Yes.
Forward,
That's
forward.
all.
So we're moving
Brothers and sisters,
forward.
Mr. DJ, we want all to reach home safe. Yes? Because you know where we're going to be next week. So, to carry all your home safely, I'm turning you over to Mandela Leagues!
And this year, so all you feeling? Hold on. Somebody say freedom is coming. Freedom is coming. And I want you all to say, I love Grenada. Say, I'm standing up for my children and my children.
I'm standing up for my children and my children.
Oh Lord, they want to change. Whoa, yo. I said, we tired. I can't hear you. What we moving? Let me go. Forward. Stop. You know something? I feel so good tonight to see so much of young people here. You know why I feel good to see so much of young people here? Because all you realize that life is not a game. Life is like a stage. We are the actors. The role we play today will tell what we will be tomorrow.
Amen.
And all you fighting for all your country. I want to see young people do that. I love it from my heart. You understand? What good for the goose, good for the gander. All you have to be somebody too. Not them alone could eat. Not them alone could eat. All you have to eat too. All you tired being hungry? Well, they call all you hungry not enough. So it's time for we to set the country free. Everybody go be happy after today. And I tell you, next month who we voting for? Grenada will be a better place. Listen to me. I'm supposed to be out of the country now. But let God's will be done. This is my home.
Amen, brother.
My wife and my 2 kids there in the back. God bless both children home. 7 of them.
Ha!
And you see me, 7 kids. But I'm fighting for my children. I'm young and I'm strong. And it's know how to do it. I don't wait until I get old. And we don't put in them back there for we can get no pension. Are you tired? Are you tired? Are you tired?
We're tired.
Give me the tune. Jump, jump. Lord. I tell you, when Dick was Prime Minister, if Dick was Prime Minister, when Dick was Prime Minister, he's bringing money like he don't care. If Dick was a millionaire, he would have buy back Grenada. Nobody could suffer cause job is the Prime Minister. House on the hill, chaposing, watching the views like tourists. Poor people won't buy no more. You go see the money flow. If the job was a millionaire. If the job was a millionaire. If the job was a millionaire.
If the job was a millionaire.
Low. I tired walk and see vagrants in the streets. And I started see drug addicts. You tired see vagrants in the streets? All the tired see drug addicts?
We need a rehab center. We need to have the rehab center replaced, rebuilt.
All the tired see drug addicts in the streets?
Yep.
And vagrants? All you young people are what more? Drugs don't bring you forward, it bring you back. It's slowing down your process. So keep away from drugs, young people. Value all your life. Somebody say, NDC.
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 Yes.
NDC.
Who are you voting for?
NDC.
Come. I'll give you one more. When the Clinton Prime Minister, healthcare going to be booming, the vagrants them on the street would have a place to live in. Drug addicts go in rehab. Everything will be large. Ambulance wouldn't be no problem. We're going to have about 20 of them. Let me go. Let me go.
Let me see you.
Show me your yellow. Let me go.
We
Voting for Laco. We voting for. I can't hear you. Say we voting for. We voting for. Hold on. Hold on. Check it down. Check it down. All you know something? He taught me in school, you know. He taught me in school. One thing about him, I could say, as a teacher, he bring himself right down so to you to make you understand. He always teach us life is what matters. One life you have, so you have to live it right. And I love you for that. I love you from the bottom of my heart. God bless you, my brother. Let me go. Give me tombstone. Give me tombstone now. So when I...
Hear me now.
When I
on
vote.
the box. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Show me the yellow. Hold on. Hold on. We going left. Then we going right. Let me go. Let me go. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Faster. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. But they could never beat us. Are you mad? Walk on. Crazy people. Are you sing for me? Real job. Walk on. Up. Two. Sing. Put up your. I can hear you. Madonna.
Put jab jab on me.
Black blood in me veins. Black blood in me veins. Black blood in me veins. Mass we going insane. Black blood in me veins.
Black blood in me veins. Black blood in me veins.
Job we going insane. Cause me mother was a jab woman, and she pick up a jab man. He give her some jab sex. 9 months later, well I was born. Right in a jab hospital. I was Christmas jab priest. I went to a jab college. That's why I did like this.
Put on me too soon.
Oh my God. Well.
Stacey, I could mail a t-shirt for you, girl. Just my WhatsApp number is on the screen. Go ahead and send me a WhatsApp. Okay? We'll communicate and I'll get a t-shirt to you.
Next week.
Yes.
In Tempe. Mr. DJ, we going forward. Yeah. We're tired.
We want that change.
PU579. Go and check your vehicle immediately. PU579. Check your vehicle immediately. Thank you.
Hey, Miss J. Lessie. Well, what a evening.
What a evening.
You know, there's a lot of hype going on all over, right? But you know,
right.
When you stack up everything.
Guys, there are still like 79 of you on the live. And I just wanted to introduce my guest, the goodly gentleman. For those of you who don't know him, that's Mr. John Calise. I like to call him the sheriff. And of course, he's the proprietor of Gem FM Radio. He does Gem FM. It's an online radio, and Genesis Magazine. And they are located in
Toronto.
They are located in Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, yes.
Yeah, Toronto, Canada. It appears as if the live has ended.
Yes.
And so basically, I just wanted to have a little chat with you folks. If you don't have anywhere to go, I'm inviting you to stick around. My name is Janice. I go by the sobriquet Miss J.
Miss J.
I've had a long history. Nice to meet you, Stacy. Thank you so much for keeping us company. And I'm serious about getting you the t-shirt, okay? So send me the text. The number is 954-560-4140. And I'll definitely make arrangements to send you a t-shirt. How was I able to get a t-shirt? I am part of the NDC support group here in Florida. And basically, we're doing everything we can here in Florida. We raise funds, we have meet and greets, we're doing everything. We're very passionate about actually getting Mr. Deacon Mitchell to be the next Prime Minister of Grenada. There is a lot of things that are going on out there. People are being intimidated. People are scared. There's a lot of thin skin nonsense going on. Hey, Annette. Hi, girl. It's good to have you on the live. But we're just doing what we have to do. I always like to use the example, Sheriff. Are you there with me, young man?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
You look as if you're looking for rats.
No, I'm minding another stuff over here.
Yeah.
But
I like to say. I like to say that there are islands in the Caribbean, for example, who have gotten very violent, very, very violent, and it's because the criminals, they've been able to intimidate people. They are not people are not talking, people are not speaking, people are so scared, so they are able to operate. Without the fear of being caught or anything like that. But it's not like Grenada. Let me tell you something about Grenada. If we see something happening, we still talking. We telling you how the man look. We tell you how he children look, what clothes he wearing, how he was walking, how he foot done. So that is why we are still a relatively a very peaceful country. That's why people are able to live, a lot better than some of the other countries.
I think we Grenada. I think one thing that I noticed about the Caribbean countries is that Grenada is really a transition point for everything. But we are more our borders are more controlled compared to other countries. I think we have to give credit to our police services that do a very good job at that. But on top of all of that is your leadership have a lot to do with how and your laws, how strict your laws are, and how people live together make a big difference. I think Grenada is a oneness kind of community. And you see that happening in the
except for politics time.
And I do praise Grenada for that, because still you have other Caribbean countries, you have election, you have violence in it, right? Where Jamaica, for example, you have those political upheavals between different fractions, wherever they go, right? In Grenada, we don't have much of that. Even like I don't know presently, I don't know of any really political incident that take place with burning houses or burning down people's cars or stuff like that happening in Grenada, shooting and stuff like that in Grenada. We don't have that kind of violent behavior in Grenada. You might have a little gesture and word throwing here and there and people like that, but I think the most of it is most victimization from government itself. That's where you find most of the victimization is. It's systemic, like if you're a party supporter, you might find yourself being victimized by the government in power and stuff like that. And namely, you have all this victimization going on. People want to speak out, but they only come out. They know where they shut. They want to talk about the opposition that they support, but they're afraid to do that because the fear of victimization of losing their job. Fear of losing contracts because they contract with the government and so on. So they don't want to speak out openly. But if those people are afraid to speak out, don't be afraid to vote them out. That's my message to you. You know what I mean? You may want to speak up, but you can vote them out. And that's a private a private right that you have to go into that booth on the 23rd of June, and put your X next to the candidate that represent the NDC. That is your right.
Right. I remember, I mean, that's a very, very salient point that you've made. I remember not too long ago, okay, so Stacey N said that she's hearing us now. I think I have pulled the microphone a little bit closer. Okay. And I'm looking at my my board here, and it's showing that stuff is going out. Yeah, a few months ago, there were people who were genuinely concerned about whether hello Devon, whether the NDC can really make it, whether they stood a chance of winning. And I feel like a lot of people had resigned themselves to saying that, you know what, even if we win a couple of seats, we could be a good opposition. But with the energy that is now in the atmosphere, I feel as if there is a really, really, really good chance that Deacon Mitchell could be the next Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. I feel like the excitement is palpable. I feel that there is a genuineness in this young man that we as Grenadians, we feel that even if he's not able to accomplish everything that he says that he will accomplish, he's going to give it a good effort because he's intent on this transformation for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And for a person as me living in the diaspora who has my heart and my eyes set to going back to Grenada. To me, this speaks to hope.
Right. You know, I heard this. I heard this one. I want to just put up in that here. We talk about Deacon becoming and perhaps opposition. I don't want us to think along the lines of being a strong opposition. I wanted to think along the lines of being a good government that will go forward. See yourself becoming what you want to be. Don't see yourself. Oh, we might be we may win a couple of seats. No, we want to win all the seats. You know what I'm saying? Win the majority of seats to become the governing. Don't win to become an opposition. Win to become the governing body. That's my position.
Exactly.
And I want to appeal to all those undecided voters tonight that did not vote in the last election. For whatever reason, they chose not to vote in the last election. Make your vote count this time in a positive way. If you didn't see anything good then, see something good now. And my other thing, Ms. Leslie, is that the question that most raise about the pie in the sky and being young and not being government before. Well, I could look at the NMP and see there are people who've never been in politics before and they become politicians. Yes?
Exactly.
They was given a chance to become ministers of government. The MNP and all of these people and them, right? The Kate and all these people. They was young, they had no political experience, but they ran and they win. Yes?
Exactly.
So, let me go back one more step. The PRG, okay? Under leadership was young. They was right. Some of them was never in business before. They become part of the political arena. They didn't stay on the sidelines forever. They got involved from a very young age. 19 years old. Bernard and Morrison was involved in the politics. By 79, 34 years old, 22 and 21 year old, we led a revolution. So, and look at what happened in 4.5 years. Okay.
You want to refresh our memory?
So 4.5 years, it took 4.5 years, less than 4 years to build an international airport. Less than 4.5 years. So the airport will be opening in March of 1984. March of 1984. All right?
Talk about industry.
Right. So talking about 44 state enterprises. 44 state enterprises with a young leader. 44. And a young cast of ministers and other people, young people working together to get 44 state enterprises. Bought 4 banks for $1. 4 banks, right? I think you have to be $5 for $5. The telephone company for $1. The state farm corporations. So young people have done it before. So it could be done again.
Absolutely. And I personally have full confidence in this set of people. Just this morning, I was having a conversation with someone, and they said to me, I don't want to vote for a particular person in a particular constituency. And I'm saying that, I'm sharing this with folks because just in case you know people who are thinking along the same lines or who themselves are thinking like that, it's something that you probably can say to them. She said to me that I am not voting this particular person because this person always sour, they don't smile, they don't talk to people and stuff like that. And I'm saying sometimes we have to be able to look beyond this pettiness and this nonsense. Look at the capacity of the individual. They have the professional background and they have the commitment and the passion to pushing their community forward. And I said, this is, you have to stop being so petty. Look at the big picture. What can this woman do that will help you? You know, so that you can become a permanent worker, so that you can have a pension, so that your children could have a better future. Start looking at the bigger picture. Another thing they're talking about, when NDC was there. Don't you see that these group of individuals are operating under the umbrella of the NDC, the name of the party, but there is very little to no remnants of the party left. There are new people. They're talking again about experience. That is why we have permanent secretaries. We have permanent secretaries in every ministry. So that these people, they know how a government run. They know what's going on in a previous administration. They know everything. And so that's why they are permanent secretaries and they should not be fired, or they cannot be fired according to the Constitution, that they can be the ones that are going to introduce these young people who are educated, who have the capacity to learn and learn quickly. You know, that is what's important. So Grenadians, listen, we are at at a crossroad in our development. We've been stagnant. I went to Grenada recently. The national stadium, my God, it's falling apart. The place looked like a haunted house, literally. Right? Don't blame, and please don't blame it on the pandemic. Don't blame it on the pandemic.
Yeah.
You understand? We're
Yeah.
talking about $39 million recently from SGU, right before a political campaign. All right? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is it being used for?
Right.
To bamboos and mama guy people so that these organizations could continue to have their plans and programs on it uninterrupted? Huh?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Interest groups. That's what they do.
Look at that. Look at that. We have organizations, and I don't want to call names, but we have organizations in Grenada who was able to fire people for not taking the vaccine, and fire people for not taking a booster, and still continue to do it up to this day. And government has not stood up once. You know what they have said? They cannot dictate to private companies what they do. Of course you can.
Yes, they can.
You cannot. You may not necessarily be able to dictate, but you can suggest.
Yeah.
You can insist.
They could do.
You know what I'm saying? They can't, because that is the trade-off for a lot of things. It's crazy, folks.
Government could do a lot of stuff, you know.
And then they want to turn around now and blame people who are acting in the capacity of lawyers and so forth for being responsible when a whole government allow certain companies to do whatever they want, and now they want to blame an individual for one person losing their job. Ain't that something?
But you know,
that's some kind of nonsense and hypocrisy.
In all of that, though, that goes on, and I want to come back to something that you said earlier on, too. Our experience, right? I am a firm believer in the Bible and teachings of Jesus. He talked a lot of things about leadership, and he said, if you are good at little things, I'll give bigger things to manage. Okay. Now, these people who are young leaders on the NDC platform, these are people who manage small enterprises, small projects, and they were successful at it. So here comes a chance to become a leader in a bigger arena. So because you have done well in a small one, you're now chosen to do something in a bigger one. You see? So they never fail. They have no track record of being failures in their respective disciplines. If you look at the track records, they have been successful. All of them have been successful. There's nobody could point fingers and say, Andal failed in this. Tessa failing this, David Andrew failing this, Lex Alexander failing this, Gloria failing this. Let's look at Big Four, right? Look at those people. What have they been accused of failing at what they are given to manage while they was private citizens? So because they was good at that little bit, they can now become managers of bigger things. Not only that. When you look at people who are serving, and you make mention, I want to call it person like person face and stuff like that. Well, face don't manage government. It's service you want, it's not face. You understand? Relatability, yes, I understand that. But what they prefer, am I a sour face? Am I bamboozling you and making you feel important? I want service for life. I think Moy Bishop said early in one of his speech, we don't believe in elected people for life. We believe in service for life. When you stop serving, you must get out of the way and let somebody else serve. You understand?
Yes, I am saying, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Maurice Bishop. Not too long ago, I was listening to a street affair that it was by Claudette Joseph. She represents the tongue of St. George.
Yes.
And one of the guest speakers was actually Andy Williams. And Andy came there, and I was so impressed by that man's presentation, by that young man's presentation. I had heard about how well he's doing in the South. But when I saw how this man was able to break down how the receiving pension, unlike what the NNP administration is putting forward, that paying the pensions will bankrupt the nation. He was able to show how, to the contrary, right, there is going to be this ricocheting effect. And he was able to demonstrate how with one person getting this pension, how now that person could repair their house and they can hire a carpenter. then the carpenter could do something. And he was able to literally on the spot pull people from the crowd and demonstrate how one pension can positively affect the lives of almost 20 people. And could you imagine if 50,000 people, and I say 50,000, and that's quite conservative because now we're talking about people who are not just currently becoming pensioners, but people who we'd have to retroactively pay pension, people who had worked, older people who went home with nothing. Now they will be getting their pension as well. So we're talking about this ricocheting effect that can really build our economy. Right? I saw Dr. Mitchell himself on a platform many years ago talking about paying people every 2 weeks.
I saw it just today.
He didn't follow through on that, and now they're criticizing Deacon Mitchell when he also said that paying people every 2 weeks will actually stimulate the economy, make things happen, the rollover of funds and money in the system. And he's laughing at it and calling it pie in the sky. But this is absolute hypocrisy and craziness. And I really hope that the people of Grenada, guys, I don't live there, but I love you guys, and I'm appealing to you to do something that makes sense, especially the parish of St. David. We have been neglected. Our agro-processing, our agriculture is to the dogs.
Miss
right?
Leslie, I don't
St. David is I know I'm talking a lot, but St. David is very near and dear to my heart. And I'm really appealing to the St. David people to do something that makes sense. I know some of you feel intimidated. Some of you are scared. When you go into that voting booth, nobody knows what decision you're making. That's a decision between you and you alone. That's why you're alone. So you can put your X wherever you want to put it. If you are scared that somebody would malign you or intimidate you or take some type of superficial benefit that you're getting, then go to all of the rallies with your green t-shirt. Do whatever you have to do. But when that day come, vote for change, vote for progress.
Yes.
Vote for transformation.
I wanted another thing that apart from the undecided vote is talk about healthcare in Grenada, the healthcare system. And one of the things that he make mention of is the proper healthcare and the 24 hours health services that should be available for Grenadians. I think that should be another big thing because NMP been speaking of universal healthcare and whatever for the last 10 times in office, 13 years under Dr. Kit Mitchell, and then the checks like 2008 and 2013 and 2018. All right, we're talking about healthcare. You have not seen an improvement in that area. The housing project proposal that Deacon spoke of here tonight is another something to be happy about, to look forward to having better housing, more affordable housing for people. Housing is a national treasure for people. It's an inherited something that you can leave for somebody, an inheritance. You can leave a house for somebody. That's real estate. You can leave that to somebody. So that is something that has to be voted for. The beach services. Now we talk about the Battery Beach stuff like that. Those things are very important, and you want to know when you go to the beach, there is somebody there just in case somebody
gets hurt.
People have cramps. People get cramped in water, and if doesn't have a lifeguard there or some medical aided person there, that person could lose their life. So it's important
what are we talking about? We have it in the south of the island. Are we saying that tongue people better than country people?
Exactly.
Are we saying that tourists are more important? The people that are more important than the people that are in our heartlands? Is that what we're saying? Is that the message we're saying? We're sending out?
Not only that, the government did not take the responsibility to do it. It was a private citizen from a foreigner who decided to do that. Even the one in Battery. It wasn't a government initiative either. You know what I'm saying? So we can make any point now, we as a government going to take the responsibility to ensure that our beaches are safe. It's not just to go and have fun, but also it's safe to have fun on the beach. Yes. So that's another thing. The question of the pension, a lot of people talking about where the money coming from. Well, I asked the question several times. The PRG would have asked, as PRG, where you getting money from to build the airport? Where they get the money from to build the agro industry? Where they getting money from to the Eastern Main Road project? There's money to be found everywhere in the world. Yes, you could find it. There is no limit to who you can talk to to get money, to borrow money from, to do it, to provide the service that you need in the country for your people. And if more people work in your country, the more revenue will collect. The more business that you're allowed to operate, the more money you'll make in your country. So all of these things are far-fetching speaking when you try to bamboozle people to them where they're getting money from. Well, leave it up to them. If you couldn't find it, somebody else could find it. You know what I'm saying? But
exactly.
the
I mean,
government have a track record.
they've been finding money, but it's what they
Exactly.
do with the money. With the money. Even to interject here, there's a simple thing as not simple, but let's look at taxation, for example. I'm not an economist, right? But I will say this in layman terms. I've always wondered, Sheriff, why everybody don't pay taxes. Forget the VAT. They say everybody paying VAT, but I'm talking about why is it the middle class are the ones that are carrying the brunt of the taxation in Grenada? And not just in Grenada, all over the place, but in Grenada. We're talking about Grenada here. The middle class, right? They're the ones that have a job in the civil service. They're the ones that whatever, and they are paying all the taxes. If they have a house, the piece of land that their grandmother and their great grandmother gave to them is tied up with the bank. They have no college funds for their children. Sometimes their refrigerators are empty because they're the ones that are being taxed because government can take their money easily. Okay, you have the elite up there. I don't know what's going on up there with these elite. I think they make political contributions or something like that up there. The few elite that own the big businesses and so on. Then we have the majority of the people, and many of them are not paying taxes.
I have a document. I will send you something tomorrow. I'll do it tonight.
Let me just finish. And I'm saying why? Because I'm thinking it doesn't matter if a man is earning $500 and he's paying $1 in taxes. I mean, men usually they work for $500, but they still find a little thing to squeeze to go to an event here and there, to buy a couple beers here and there, to give a woman a $20 here and there. Why can they pay $1 in taxes? When a person, let's look at it this way: if 50,000 people pay $1 in taxes, you know what we have here? $50,000 every month that can go towards so many different things. But my feeling is that people they're not asking them to pay taxes because they want to continue to use this thing as political ploys. You understand? We're not taxing you. We're not taxing you. Before another party comes in and talks about taxation, they use it. See, they want to tax you all and they want to do all of that. If every man on the street that's earning a little money pays $1, could you imagine the sense of pride to say, I am a taxpayer in my country? I contribute to nation building. The garbage drums that are on the carnage, my money that I pay every month is contributing to putting those bins on the carnage. So instead of me trying to steal it and put oil in it for jab or steal it to do some foolish shit, no, I'm protecting it because I am paying taxes. You understand? And I am contributing to nation building. And like I say, here we have a sector of people who would be more than happy to pay something small in taxes. And we don't. It's crazy. A country cannot run without taxes. So when they're asking questions about where we get in this and where we get in that, hey, everybody should pay taxes.
I think we should go back to the regular tax systems and the VAT thing. I think income taxes. And that will do that better, and then get people to file taxes at the end of every term.
Exactly.
I think that's the way it should be. And on top of all of that, I think when you create industries, you have more people working. And I did an interview yesterday with Tessa Barry, Dr. Tessa Barry, and Bonnet Code yesterday. It's amazing. I was saying a document to you that was what we call Revo Economics, the plan and things of revolution, what they had, and how that was going to affect the livelihood of every Grenadian living in Grenada, and the agriculture sector, the housing sector, every aspect of Grenada would be different, even the roads, So when we look at something Dickon said, and last week I listened to him keenly, and somebody asked me, how would that happen? Well, it happened before. Our democracy is really get in front of the people every time. One of the greatest achievements of any nation is when a party could go in front of the people and answer questions. Why wasn't that done? How can we get, what do we need to help you to get this done? How can we participate in the process of change to make things happen? When you go one-on-one with people, like you did in the last time, have to come and ask you a question and have answers and say, okay, here is it. That is what we plan to do. And how can you participate? Because once you hear from your people, you get a sense of what you want to do. Because you might have ideas for yourself, but what the ideas of the people? What are the people's ideas? I think when you go to town halls and I hope that and I wish that continues during the reign of power, that people will be able to go to them, they will have town hall meeting and hear from the people on a regular and consistent basis. That will drive the ordinary man to be more committed to the cause of nation building. Because he knows he has a voice to speak to the persons that are representative in their area who they voted for. Not because I want a job and because I've a party, but anybody who come to that community center, whether you're NMP, NDC, TGM, if they still exist, and come and ask questions to the politician, the representative or the person responsible, the bureaucrat that are responsible for certain things in your community. They come to you on a monthly or monthly basis and answer questions. And that is democracy. And when people get to speak one-on-one, not only every 5 years, but every 3 months, you can have a town hall meeting and get asked questions about development in your community, it makes a big difference. And Dick mentioned that this is not the end, this is the beginning of democracy for them. And I'm looking forward to see that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I had the opportunity, Sheriff, of walking in St. David with Deacon not too long ago. I returned from Grenada, and I remember walking with some of the, some people, and they pointed out a couple of houses that they felt that did not support the NDC. And in fact, I saw Deacon become actually excited.
Yes.
Not excited in a negative kind of way, like I'm going to confront them, but excited to speak to people and to meet them and to say, you know what, I'm coming to you with humility. I just want a couple of minutes of your time so that you could listen to what I have to say. And I saw this man walk away with people making commitments right there on the spot to support him. People who were branded as, I heard stories even this evening about stalwarts, NNP stalwarts in the community, that there were opportunities, let's say opportunities to cater, opportunities to do different things. And he did not necessarily give it all to people that were known supporters of the NDC. He actually approached these people and said, listen, you are a caterer. You belong to St. David.
Exactly.
And I want you do good food. And I'm giving you this opportunity. This guy is making, and this is, he's extended the olive branch because he wants to unite Grenada. This kind of political polarization. He wants to unite Grenada. I like the fact that Randall in his presentations, he's saying, whether you have a green t-shirt, however you want to come, you are welcome. We are all Grenadians,
And that's the point that's where I come to, because one of the things that a lot of people may not be aware of, but during the PRG time, a lot of the people who managed the banks wasn't supporters of the revolution. But the revolution had a policy: if you don't care if you support the revolution or not, once you're the best man for the job, you're gonna get it. You know what I mean? So you put the best people who could do the job. Once you're not engaged in sabotage, once you know what you're doing and you're the best person for the job, you're qualified for the job, we need you to work for us. We need to do the job for us. We're the best person to do it. A lot of people feel that, okay, I have to be, because I fought this, I have to get a job. No, if you're not good, you just wouldn't get it. The best person, whether the person at NMP, a person at TGM, and they're good at what they do, and we need that service, we have to employ them because we want the best for Grenadian.
Exactly.
And if they have the skills, employ them. And that's why we have to move away from this tribalism thing. And this, you belong to this, you can be. We have to be able to include all Grenadians. Once you qualify for the job, are you the best of, you have a history of doing well, and you have been successful in it, we want you on the team to make it well too. And that's what we have to do.
And that is what will change hearts.
Yes.
That is what will change minds. When you are able to give people the respect and you're able to say, listen, you've been doing this job. I know you can do this job. You're good at doing this job. Keep doing this job. Because there's a
Yes.
lot of people who have the expectations that if another administration comes in, that they all will be losing their jobs. Of course, some jobs would be replaced. I mean, that is
Yes.
normal because, but people think that everybody would be fired and stuff like that. But I feel like we have an opportunity to see a leader in Grenada who's going to be fair and who is going to be just. And
Yes.
he's talking about these, he's having these conversations openly. It's not a side conversation.
Right.
It's right down the middle. This is who I am. This is what
Exactly.
I'm going to do for the people of Grenada. And he's asking people to hold him accountable. And that is
Exactly.
very, very, very impressive.
And
Very
I
impressive.
think one of the things about leadership is not just leading from the front, but leading from behind, in a sense that they push the best people forward. You know what I'm saying? And once you I look at very simple things, right, that create changes in an environment. And not a leader doesn't always have to do the job because you're the minister, do everything. You have to, a great leader, make leaders, not maintain followers. You see? And once you are a leader that can create followers and develop people to become leaders, just for when you leave that person there. You build a solid base of leaders, not just followers. Everybody must be trained and pushed up. The next permanent secretary could be somebody who was down in the bottom of the food training ministry. You train everybody to become, not just to have a job, make some money, but you want the future to remain in the people behind to come up. You understand? So leadership is really designed, should be to turn followers into leaders. And I think what Deacon is saying, that we want to create a leadership mentality among our people. We want to get people to come up and be able to rise up. Not me. I don't have a replacement. You must have a replacement. You know what I mean? I have a boss who said to me, he said, John, if I cannot culture somebody, I train people to replace me, I'm doing the company a disservice. You see? So I got to train people to become like me, even better than me. So we take over so in the case I didn't make it tomorrow, I didn't come to work tomorrow, I fall sick, I die, God forbid, there is somebody who I've trained to take over from me. You see? And if you can't have confidence in the people that you have to become a leader, I can't follow you.
Yes, yes.
And I
Well,
think
yes, yes. I couldn't agree with you more. And I know there's a lot of people out there who they really, really, really want to support Deacon. And but there are just a bunch of people out there that are eating a food, as we say. A lot of people who are directly reaping the benefits of their association with the incumbent. And even if they know for a fact that all of the bad things exist, they are not willing to make that change because it means that their personal benefits are going to be, they're going to lose that benefit. And that is quite unfortunate because I don't know how someone could be in a leadership position and they never, I have a master's degree in business, and we are all taught that you train somebody, you make room, you whatever, because you're going to be leaving at some point. You have to do that. And if as a manager you don't do that, you fail. You fail organization, you fail your people, because it means that you think you're a god. And usually when people don't want to take vacations, when people don't want to vacate their seat, when people don't want to go away, it's a cover for corruption. So I'm not accusing anybody of corruption here, but I'm saying typically that's what it is. If you have an organization, for example, you have an accountant, never wants to take a vacation, never want to take a break. Their 2 weeks is coming up, it's rolling over to a year. They don't usually, 99% of the time, these people are covering up, dealings of stealing and stuff like that. So I'm saying, let's put this into leadership. When you're not making room for, and you want to stay there, you want to die in office, usually there are things that are either that, or you are just so power hungry you actually think you're a demigod, and nobody else could do it but you, or maybe it's a combination of all three. And
It's all right. I just want to just strengthen something that I said, and it often been said that NDC always changing leaders. Only because they have leaders, they have depth. So any one fall always pull up a next one.
Exactly.
They make it all the time. They make it, they change leader again. When one leader didn't work out, we have a pool of leaders to pull from. We can't say, we don't have nobody. You move from this one to that one. They're all leaders. NDC full of leadership. So when you look about it, we can pull leadership from any part of the organization to lead at any given time. So they're not an organization that lack leadership. They have leadership. You understand? The thing about it is people look at what changes and not what growing, because it could change but not grow. You understand? So changing up, transforming, taking something here, just changing a block in a building doesn't make the people in the building grow. Unless you start changing the mentality and start changing the followers, people following you, the followers of the herd, that just following just for following sake and not improving their lives in a significant way, then you will still have them doing the same over and over, expecting a different result. Now you want to make a transformative society. You want to create an environment where people are changing and growing, and they could see results. You could see how leadership is result-oriented, that could create the change and transform our society into a greater world. You understand? So people could look into it and say, wow, these people are different. They're just talking about development, they're making development. Development is happening. Not only we see buildings, but we see people changing, people growing. And there's a transformation that's taking place of minds. There's a transformation of economic development in the communities. We have talking about agro-industries happening, and we in St. David's, we have industrial plant in St. David's, we have one in Guelph, we have one in Grenville. We're seeing it change. We didn't just talk about things may happen. We're seeing things happening. And think about, you see, when you talk about pie in the sky and leadership, I always believe that the blindest person is the one that can't see in his mind's eyes. If you don't have no vision, you're a dead person. If you have no dream, you're dead. If you don't have no vision, you'll perish. So if you have a vision and you want to bring it to fulfillment, right, you must think about it. Every creative idea starts in your mind. You see? So if Deacon and NDC has vision of the future, what they want Grenada to be, what they want them to have, how they want them to live, they have to have vision for it. There's no leadership. Any leadership that's not a vision, I can't follow this leadership. You see, if you tell me what you're doing, what you have done, yes, I understand. But where are we going now? Now we get to this part. Where are we going from here? I don't have a picture for the vision of the future. We're already there. We're not going nowhere. So vision is very cool to have. And every leader must have a vision. And that vision must be sold to the people, and they must get a way of having to participate in the vision. And if you can't have that participation by the people, but only a few who could only pay their way into it to get into it, then you don't have real leadership. You want leadership of participatory leadership and democracy.
Exactly. And with that being said, I feel very hopeful. I feel very optimistic about the future of the NDC. Again, I have to go back to Andy Williams, and the way that young man, understands how economies work and how to build an economy. And he's been doing it most of his life. And I'm very proud of that young man. Like I say, Sheriff, all of the young people, and I have to be honest here. Every young person, whether they come under the NDC banner or the NNP banner, any young person who has stepped forward and said, you know what, I want to participate in nation building. I feel as if I have something to offer Grenada. You understand? I have nothing but respect for them. And I feel as if, the way we throw stones at one another, the nasty, negative things we say about one another, it is such a bad thing. And I always feel that women receive the brunt of these types of things. A woman gets into politics, she is judged on her virtues, while a man is generally judged on his intellect and his ability to do his work. Very, very rare do you find that people castigate him because of his personal life. But a woman, they don't, her intelligence is not looked at. I mean, I make reference to the candidate where a member of her community talks about she's not smiling, and it's always something personal when it comes to women. and that's another thing that we really have to move away from. And I say kudos to all of the politicians, all of the men and women of Grenada, who have really come, whatever political umbrella they're in under, but I definitely have a problem with the leadership of the NNP, and I believe that the time has come for transformation, and I believe that under the leadership of Deacon Mitchell, there is actually finally hope on the horizon for Grenada. And I really, really wish the people of Grenada, like I say, I know some of you out there, you are afraid of all kinds of different things. But when you're in that booth to put your X, it's between you, it's between you and your God. Nobody has to know what what you are doing. And I'm telling you, I'm advising you, I'm asking you to vote for progress, vote for change. Right? There's a lot of people behind Mr. Deacon Mitchell who are there to and are ready to hold him accountable and to make sure that this new group of people do what they're supposed to do.
Any leadership, I always say, any leadership, I do not feel that you have the need to be held accountable to lead people. Is a dangerous leader. Any leadership. I don't feel that he can't be held accountable for anybody or to anybody. He's a dangerous man to follow. And I when Deacon said he be held accountable and hold me accountable for the promise that I make here tonight and going forward. If I don't fulfill it, hold me accountable to it. And that is what you want. So you have leaders who don't want to be held accountable for anything. And any leadership that will lead you to tell you that to depend on another nation to feed you is a failing leadership. Which means that they can't provide for you what you need from them. They can't review. They have to articulate in themselves to bring you the benefits that they want. They will tell you, don't depend on me, depend on this nation. The kind of idea what I think Christ spoke about in the pandemic, it was them are feeding us. Well, it's about time we start feeding ourselves. Eat what we grow and grow what we do, want to depend on them to feed us. You see?
Right.
So the shrimp farm, the chicken farm on the same land people for the same property, for the same stuff, is still in the same place. Nothing changed. You see? So we have to come to the understanding that, look, we want better. If we want better, we have to vote better. And for those who looking for better, it is here. Nobody will be perfect. There's no perfect person. If I find a perfect person, I run in still. You know what I mean? Because nobody is without sin. And those without sin cast the first stone. See? So I always believe that, look, if you want change, you must start with you.
Yes.
And for those of us who support the NDC, going to this election, want to vote for this election, I want to caution you of one thing. Because a lot of times government loses prestige and they lose support within the first, second, third year of government because what they vote for, they didn't get it yet. Let me tell you something. Nothing happens overnight. There's always promises to be made. But it takes a lot of people on board to make sure it happens. So don't get discouraged in the first 2 and 3 years. Certain things will take some more time to get done. But please support the movement for change. Because if you stop it at 5 years, you'll go back, we regress. You understand what I mean? So continue to support it. Whether you get what you want right now, look for a personal thing for yourself. Look for a national strategy for everybody. Not just for me, what I could get from it, what we can get as a nation from it. So the caution is here, vote and support. Don't vote and criticize destructively. Vote and criticize constructively. When they come to you, say, look, we want this from the community here, we want that. How can you help us as a community get it? And come together as a community to make sure it's done. Don't say, well, you promised me, you're promising that, and you break the promise. You are part of the promise. You are part of the promise. So, hey, look, Minister, we want to help you. You promise we want to help you get it done. Don't say what you promise and you don't do nothing. You get involved in the process if you want to see the change happen. You are part of the problem if you didn't help solve it. Get involved in the process and ensure that it happens in your community. Every one of us, every one of you voting in Grenada, has a right to be part of the process of change. Don't stay around and say, well, it's not me. They say they will do it. No, they're with you because the government is just your employees. And you have to make sure that it's done, but you participate in the process. So you get involved and be part of the process of change, not just voting, but get on the ground and continue campaigning after, and continue to help, and continue to make sure that the things that you ask for in your community that you want to see happen, make sure it happen. If you want to form a national an NGO to get funds to build a building for the community center, do it. It could be done. So don't want the government alone to do it. You know, part of the government process of change. You part of the agent of change. So get involved in the process and get it done. Help the government to help you bring the change that you want. I think it's Gandhi who said, become the change that you want to see. Become the change that you want to see happening. That's what we get done.
Not too long ago, I was listening to a political rally in one of the constituencies, and I heard a gentleman from the incumbent saying something to the effect that, oh, and they got scholarships. And I found it interesting because at the end of the day, the scholarships are given by organizations and countries for the benefit of the people of the country.
Yeah.
And whichever government is in office, they are the ones that administer the scholarships.
Exactly. You won't stop coming.
And they are specified criteria that individuals have to meet in order to get those scholarships.
Yeah.
So if a person is being told or being made to feel that they are ungrateful because they got a scholarship and they are supporting another party, you are telling me that you have used questionable qualifying criterias, which is not in line with, and if I am the beneficiary, for example, I am totally sorry that perhaps someone else was more qualified than myself to get a scholarship. And I heard this person saying this on a platform, and I could not believe what I was hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. I mean, the Northeast,
I am telling you, it's
the Northeast constituency opposition leader many years ago made a claim like that. You know, not because you know I can't sacrifice my family dinner for pittance. You know, your brother was honest and true to himself. He said, "Look, I mean, what I make in SGU, can I pay? What I get in government is paid in comparison to what I'm getting." You know, but however, he ended up in government and then he left. But at the same time, you have the prime minister begging him to come back now. Begging him, Toby, come back, Toby. We need to. Toby was never an NDC. Toby was never an NDC. He never left NDC. Never been to NDC. He was always an NMP. So he didn't go to NDC house. I mean, and whatever the negotiation was started, it never happened. It never come to fulfillment. So you can't say he was in NDC house and call him come back home. He never been to that house. You understand? He might be a wonder in generality. He doesn't know where to go now. You know, but at the same time, you have to think about it. I mean, what do you want him to do? He don't want to align with you because of what he was doing. He wasn't much. He was not living up. Your government that he was part of didn't living up to the standard that he had expected. So he left. You know, and he had by right. He had a right to do that because he had responsibility for people in his constituency. You see, so he left. So again, here you go. You think you make him. By giving him a scholarship, he must be at your beck and call all the time. No, every man has a right to decide their own destiny and to made a decision. So now you want him, or you call him to come back for what? To be in the mess? You know, you don't want to be part of it. So he prefers stay out of the house and beg. If you have to beg on the side of the road for himself, he do that. But you don't have to be there. So don't beg him to come back. And I think the question about suing again, I think Deacon raised that this afternoon too, about suing. And he talk about Susu, Mr. Susu. Well, I like how Deacon deal with that one. Again, you know, Susu is a part of our culture, and I like the flip around. You know, you use it against him now, and that is big. Susu can't bust. Amen. Susu can't bust. So when he make the point about he like to sue, call him Susu when you see him, call him Susu. Well, I think Deacon have a better idea for the word Susu tonight. Yeah, we encourage our people to be involved with the process. So we go make money and people put board on their house and put window and get a carpenter. So call him Susu if you want.
Susu is a good thing.
Yeah.
Susu is a
Susu
good thing.
We will change it around. Yeah.
Right,
Susu.
right.
I like the comeback on that one. That is a good piece. Yeah. So Susu.
We have a comment here by Bernadette Thomas Alexis. She said because they have lots of work to do and people need to have a little patience. NDC will do a great job for the country and the people. Thank you so much for that comment,
I agree.
Bernadette. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
We know that historically, whenever a government is an administration is leaving office, usually they leave everything empty, treasury
Yeah.
empty, everything empty. And the other party that's coming in, they have the responsibility of building relationships,
Yes. Yes.
relationships with people, relationships with everybody.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And these things takes a while. Sometimes you have instances where the administration is so polarized that you have permanent secretaries and other people who are not cooperating, and it makes it even more difficult. So I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but sometimes we have to be practical, we have to be realistic in what we're saying. And Stacey Ann said a lot of people don't understand that, so
it's true. It's true. And no, Miss Leslie, when you take over government, when the government go into office, and the permanent secretaries is really who run the operation, who really, along with the other ombudsman and the pointers, they are the one who actually run the ministries. So if you come in and say this is the plan that we have going forward for the next 5 years, in year one, this is what they're hoping to accomplish in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. All right, before this election, that's what we think. You have to be on board with us. We want you to be putting your best foot forward to help us make this happen. If you can't help us make this happen, we'll find another place for you. We won't fire you we will transfer you to a place where we'll be more effective. You understand me?
I hope it's not in a corridor on a bench, which has been the practice of some people in the past.
Yeah, but I want to put you in a different ministry or a different area of work where you can use your expertise better. So we don't make you lose your job, but we put you in a different place to function, where you can be more effective. You understand what I'm saying? Perhaps you need a manager over you this time, so we put you in another place to function. Because one of the things that often happens is this. People, when a government comes, I'm supporting this government and I did this government, so I don't, because this government coming, I go do everything to sabotage. No. If you have to sabotage, you gotta go. And there's evidence of sabotage by you'll be disciplined and replaced. Simple as that. You can't have people trying to do this to disrupt the process of change for the positive and say, well, is that my government? I don't care. If you come to work, I don't care. You don't come to work. You understand me? If you can't help improve the lives of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pidi Martinique, and in the office where change have to start with you, and you not embracing the new to make the change for the better, you can't stay. We believe in service for life, not elected people for life. And if you are an employee that does not believe in service for life, but believes serving a government only, or a party, then you can't be part of the process. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be firm to move forward. We can't afford the luxury of sabotage. We can't afford the luxury of messing up people's life. Forward ever, backward never. You can't have people wanting to do what they want because they don't support you as your party and your government. We can't have that. You need forward thinking people. Forward thinking people. You can't have people who just want to use the platform for their own personal agenda. This is not personal business. This is a government that for and of and by the people. And if you don't want to be part of the buy, then bye-bye. Simple as that.
I'm telling you, Deacon Mitchell might be a man that is small in physical stature, but I believe he is a man of strength. He is a man of great strength, and I believe that we are going to see a level of leadership from Deacon Mitchell that is going to have a lot of people saying, I'm glad I gave this young man an opportunity. We have Trina, she's saying this is straight up common sense. I think Grenadians understand that, but they are so accustomed to a certain way of life that change is something that they fear. actually they fear. I saw someone came on in the comments not too long ago, and she was very angry and made some comments, and I really don't understand it. Blessed love, my sister, if you're still there, there is nothing fake about this or me or anybody else here. We're just commenting, and so thank you so much.
By the way, I came on here with my yellow T-shirt by accident. I came from one show to the other. I came on your show.
I was actually debating whether I should wear my
yellow or not.
My yellow or not, because I wanted everybody to listen, and I feel like some people see a yellow T-shirt and their minds just go like this. So I was kind of debating, but I said this might be my one opportunity to, I really wanted to wear it this evening.
No,
so,
I have no apologies to me for my yellow shirt. I love my yellow shirt. It's something I pull out and away. And it was another show I was in. And when the show finished, when I was talking to you, let me in there, I was in another show. So when the show finished, I had to change garments to come to your show. I just in this.
Oh, you like yellow?
Yellow and green is my favorite.
I like yellow too.
Yellow and green. Green is my favorite color. So I love, like my daughter would tell me, Daddy, everything for you is green. But I love green. But mentality have to change in our agrarian context when it comes to politics. If we can't embrace new ideas and want to stick with the old ideas of non-productive society, go ahead. But you can be part of the change that we want. If you can't become part of it, if you can't make the change and embrace the change, then you can be part of the process. It's simple as that. Because see, people have to look at the bigger picture. How do you want your great-grandchildren to feel knowing that you have been part of the process of change for a positive way? Think about it. It's not about you anymore. I tell people all the time when I go to work now, it's not about me. Everything I do is not about me anymore. It's about my daughters, my wife, and my children. I do it for them. And if you want change, not just for you in the immediate, not what you could get right now, but what your great-grandchildren could get from it. Whatever change we make today will depend on how effective living standard our children going to have in the future. So we have to create the condition. We have to build that relationship with people right now. We have to make a transformation right now. We have to endorse people and promote people that could do the work. And when they get in there and they stop serving us, then we know we have to change them. After the 30 years, 35 years, we have to have a change. A lot of stuff that have to be done was not done, and there only a few benefited. And those few that benefited are still there. I don't want to call them eater food because everybody need to eat, but at the same time, don't be afraid to speak out when you have to speak out. If you know it's wrong, and you alone benefit and your neighbor is not benefiting, it's wrong. Everybody must be part of be at the table getting food to eat at the same time. So, and if you are support of the NDC, but you're afraid to speak out in public, now is your time to change that mentality. Go in the booth on the 23rd and say, you know what? I voted to speak out.
Yes.
I'm
voting to have a voice.
Voting to have a voice now. I could walk the street and say anything about the opposition party or the ruling party without being victimized. I could be able to say something without being victimized. I could be able to speak my truth and not fear to take a flyer from somebody on the street, fear that somebody will see me taking an NDC flyer or NMP flyer and be victimized for it. When they come in the community to hand out a pamphlet, I could pick it up boldly and say, oh, really? I didn't know that. I could read without putting it well quick and running home.
Right? And you don't have to wear your mask all up to your face and then put a hat for they don't see you attending a meeting or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Be free. Be free on June 23rd. Go there and make your vote count. Don't let nobody intimidate you about fear of losing your job. If you're afraid to lose your job, that is the reason why you should vote out the NDC, NMP.
Sorry, the NMP. Yes.
If you're afraid to lose your job under the NMP, go and vote NDC.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You can't if you listen, man. If you live in inconsistent fear every day of being victimized, of not having a better future for your children, and you're afraid to speak out now, and why am I afraid to speak out? Because I'm afraid to lose my job. Then you don't need to continue in that. 23rd, vote NDC. That's the choice. And let me tell you something, folks. you would not have everything right. You will not have everything right. But let me tell you something. Every make a muckle. Yeah? Put your 2 pence in it. Help make a difference. And create the change you want. Create the change you want to
Absolutely.
see.
We have a comment here from Enid. Enid, I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name, girl. But she said, do y'all have anything to do with the Toronto NDC movement? If so, remind the NDC to be sure to include child abuse, domestic violence, and rape in the manifesto. I did not hear the women in the women in the party speak to those concerns. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I'm sure this live is going to be widely reviewed at some point, and I'll take note of it as well.
Well,
Mhm.
I am a big advocate for non-violence against women and children. Big time. I really support that. I'm a matter of fact, I'm a part of a women's group, sort of 360 Orange 365, who with a man perspective on domestic violence against women. So I am very much. I have 7 sisters. I got 2 daughters, and still I got a wife, and I would not stand by to watch and to see any woman being victimized. As a matter of fact, we're talking about that tonight, Ms. J. Tonight, as we speak here tonight, by midnight tonight in Canada, 3,000 plus women will be going to a shelter tonight. Yeah? Accompanying them to those shelters will be 2,294 children around there will be going to a shelter with their mothers tonight. Do you know that in Toronto, for example, every 6 days, a woman is being killed by her significant other after 24 hours of separation? It costs over $6 billion a year for legal field housing, training, and so on for protection for women in Canada. See, so I understand that, and I'm advocating for non-violence of any kind, and I hope that this government, to be the NDC, would ensure there's a lot of women on that platform that would be able to stand up against violence against women. I have no doubt that Tessa, Gloria, do I know Tessa very well? She's my god sister as well. I must say that. I'm proud of her. And Gloria, who I know very well, growing up in Grenada, I'm laughing at. She passed in front of my yard every day to go to school, and from school when he was going to school. She was ahead of me in class, but she's a very nice girl. Trust me. I've grown up well, proper, from good households, good stock. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I said earlier on, that those people I've seen there, and let me talk about the big 4 again in St. Andrews. David and I, both families going to the same church, the Creamy Pentecostal church together. He was the last of the Andrews there, and the boys section. You understand? Their mother, my mother, and father, they had a good relationship in the same church. Tessa is my god sister. I know, so we should always be around each other. Toes and I used to hang out in Paris, pass it together. Everything was to be playing ball together. I know Toes very well. Right? So these people I know very well. So I have no doubt that those 4 big 4s in Andrews could make a difference. Like I said before, they manage small things, and now it's time to manage bigger things. You understand me? So if you're good at managing small things, you'll be given bigger things to manage. So you have to start small, and they do the small things well. That's why they are where they are today. So it comes to June 23rd. Give them the chance to manage bigger things for you and help them to manage it. Be part of the process. Don't just be a follower, but become a leader in your irrespective area that you're given tasks to follow. Every one of you who are given a task, not as a follower, you're given a task as a leader because you could do it. They believe that you could do it. So be part of the process of change.
Exactly. And with that being said, I have a special love for the parish of St. David, and I know that there is a hotel project that is on stream. It's being built at the Lasages Beach, and I know that recently there was a soil turning something that for another hotel. And I don't want the people to be fooled. At the end of the day, the resources that are put in these hotels, they belong to the investors and to the people of Grenada, right? And like I say, whichever government is in office, um, it's going to be executed. It is the resources of the people of Grenada and the resources of the investors that are responsible for these facilities. You want people that are strong enough to negotiate on your behalf. Too many times we get the jobs, but we are second class. The highest job paying job we may get is what supervisor of security, and we're making beds, and we have a couple of pretty girls at the front desk answering phones. But then there's a bunch of expats that are coming in to take all of the key jobs, and they're living in the posh areas and sending their kids to private schools, and they're sailing on yachts, and they're enjoying the best of life. And then we are running around like little yes ma'ams. And I'm saying, we want leaders who are strong enough to negotiate good salaries for the people of St. David and for people everywhere on the island. We want leaders who are more concerned about lifting up the standard of living of people, not just giving you a job that you live paycheck to paycheck, hand to mouth. You're just living just to pay the bus to get to work and to keep the light on and to perhaps give your kid a little money to go to school. But you can never go beyond having enough money to have life insurance, to have health insurance, to think about a college fund for your kids. The thought of that can't even enter your head because you're working just for your basic survival. Many times these guys, they do these types of negotiations and they're more concerned about getting money in their own pockets. They are more concerned about securing campaign funds for down the line to make sure that they remain in power. They're more concerned about getting a suite, so that they could entertain themselves and the people that are close to them in these facilities than they are in terms of make sure not just we get employed, but that we get employed in empowering positions where we could really lift our standard of living and feel as if we're doing something that makes sense.
Something.
Folks,
I think Deacon make mention of that last week in Latin Junction in the song Holly made. He said that the Grenadian hotels that are making more money are profiting are run by Grenadians. So that doesn't mean that we can't do. We can do it. So if you want to come in, so the first 3 years, you bring somebody in to train us, our people, to take over from you, because we need to have that. We need to have Grenadian running the operation because we are so. Grenadians are doing well. We are good at what we do, and there's no reason why we can't run it. We
are not prepared for all these big hotels because our agricultural sector, it is struggling. So half or more of the things that the hotels are using, it's still being imported, right? Because we're not ready.
Your government doesn't believe in investing. Look, I tell you something. You have almost a $9 trillion budget and only $59 million go into agriculture. Being honest, you get $59 million. What is that? That is nothing. Because tell me to share that money around in agriculture, the farmers down to the bottom end only get probably
one bag of manure.
And it doesn't help. So if you can put real emphasis on futuristic thinking on agriculture, having processing plants in St. Andrews, a big one in St. Andrews, one in Guave, one in St. David's, with all the major spices is done in St. David's. The one in Grenville do all the nectars and so on. The one in Guave do all the fish. So you can and think fish in Guave. You have an industry that can and do with the fishes in St. John's. We could fish enough, and modern trawlers, most fish finders, and equip the fishermen to do the right thing and to get it. We could do it. So don't tell me it's pie in the sky. It could be done. The PRG, the limited resources they had in 4.5 years, had trawlers to bring in fish and bring this stuff, to do all this stuff they had to do. And if for a time like now, they'll even be more powerful and bigger. So I don't see pie in the sky cannot be achieved. You understand me? It could be. Every dreamer wants to become a believer in what you want to do and have the right people around you. It could be done. It could be done.
Absolutely. And on that note, folks, it is getting pretty late. It's almost 11 o'clock. We could talk. I'm telling you, we can talk.
Well,
I just want to say thanks to all of the people that stayed on and that took the time to view. And for those who have commented, and we thank you so much. Like I say, not everyone feels comfortable or confident enough, to make public statements. But if you'd like to contact me, my phone number is on the screen. So is my email address. Going forward, you're going to see a lot more of me on screen discussing the politics, discussing social issues, discussing a lot of things. And from time to time, I'm pretty sure I'll be engaging my brother here, Mr. Khalees.
yes.
Is a very deep brother, very spiritual. He's all about progress. If you get to know him, perhaps one day I'll just talk to him about himself. He's just an amazing guy, and I'm really blessed to be his friend. So guys, have yourselves a really good night. This is really a mission that I call it a mission. It's I don't know. I can't come up with a better word right now, but this thing is just amazing. It is organic and it is amazing. And because it's organic, I see it growing and I see the momentum picking up and I see people beginning to believe and I see people beginning to see the beauty in all of this. The election is going to be on the 23rd, and I really believe that there is going to be significant upset as it should be, And I'm really honored to be a part of what's happening and what's unfolding in front of us right now.
Before we go, I want to say one thing here, that those of you who are planning to go and vote, and those of you who are in Grenada preparing to go and vote on the 23rd, there's one thing in mind, that if you want change, it begins with you. Don't be afraid to vote for what you want change, and do it right, and do it after voting. Prepare to participate in the process for change. Don't sit on the sideline. Get on the playing field and be involved in a process that will transform the society in which you live. It's up on you after the election to ensure that the people you vote into office get the job done. It's not them. It will be up on you. Don't blame them if it's not done. You have to participate in the process. People participation is what builds a nation, not just a politician. It's you have to be part of the process to make a change happen, the change that you voted for. Stay tuned and stay blessed.
Absolutely. Good night, guys. Good night.
Bless up.
Good night.